Good morning and welcome to day 3 of Virtually Expo. It is day 3, isn't it? I haven't went mad overnight. Good morning, everybody. We hope you're having a blast at Virtually Expo. This morning, we're joined by Paul Grogan of Gaming Rules, who's come to talk to us about Czech Games Edition. There's a couple of new games, Paul, coming out. We have them as Lost Ruins of Amak and Under Falling Skies. So I'm hoping we can get a little bit of an in-depth with you. Yep,
it's Lost Ruins of Arnak. Slight change there.
Oh, Arnak.
Arnak, yeah.
Do you know
the
what?
Good old R in the end together.
Yeah. My eyes have went blurry now. So
well, it is day 3 of Expo, so
yes.
You know it's fair enough that all of our eyes are a bit blurry. And 9 o'clock
feels like we've done Expo.
I do feel like my legs and back are just as sore. Having sat here for 20 hours.
How many times did I tell you to get better seats for the studio,
as it would if we had been roaming around the entire expo.
Exactly.
So.
and I was up late last night in the bar area playing games, so you know it's just like Expo.
It is. Yeah. It is.
Less beer though.
Well, let's have a look at the Lost Ruins of Arnak. First poll. Yeah.
Yeah, so CGE normally target Essenspiel as the release for their games. Obviously, Essenspiel is not happening physically this year, but that's the date that they're still going to go for. So it's going to be available. This is one of 2 new games that CGE are publishing this year. It's going to be available in Q4 of this year. Don't know exactly when, but I would be hoping for somewhere around October, November time, something like that.
Yeah. Do you should be able to... take us through a demo, but we're just watching.
I can.
Well, no, that was me trying to be clever.
Okay.
I was going to say, should we show the trailer first?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just having a sneaky little peek to see how long the trailer is.
It's about 45 seconds, I think.
Okay, let's get a look at the trailer.
Yeah.
Legends tell of an island hidden somewhere in uncharted seas. In ancient days, it was inhabited by a great civilization. Can you learn its secrets? Discover the lost ruins of Arnak.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Is it? Yeah. I'm guessing we've got some kind of a treasure hunting game going on here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's exploring the ruins of an ancient civilization on an island. The designers know where the island is. Okay, we're not going to tell you where it is, but they actually do have an idea on the global map of where the island is. But there's an interesting story behind this game because I'm part of the development team at Czech Games, and every year in around March I go over there for a year along with about 40, 50 other people, and we spend a week testing potential new games for the upcoming years, and also play testing and developing existing games that are in the development cycle. And normally with CGE, games are in that development cycle for probably about 2 or 3 years, and then they come out. So for example, Pulsar 2849 was in the development cycle for about 2.5, 3 years, and I played a number of previous versions of it before it actually got released. And the reason why this one is different is Min and Elwyn, who are the designers of this game, the 2 new designers, they've been designing games together as a couple, for a few years now, and they design games that they like to play. And they like worker placement games, they like deck building games, and they came up with the idea for this game, and they worked on it, and then they managed to just about have a prototype ready for the Czech Gaming event in March 2019. And that was the first time any of us on the development team sort of saw the game. And a month later, it was agreed that CG are going to publishing that game. It was such a short time, and they were like, well, wait a minute, this is our first real game, time that we've shown you the game. But they just hit the sweet spot with the game. Now, the game has obviously come on a lot since then, and even in the last couple of months. So the last time I presented this game to the public, not counting this weekend, was at Gen Con Online, and the game has actually changed since then. It is currently in late stage development, but it's just about being finished off. The artwork is just about being finished off, and it's going to be going to print within the next few weeks. So thematically, it's kind of set in the 1930s. There is this island that's been discovered, and the players are all groups of archaeologists that are going to this island in order to try and dig at archaeological sites, do research, look for things, etc., etc. But there are some guardians on this island as well, some strange creatures dangers that need to be overcome. Now, what we've actually done in CGE for internal playtesting purposes and for the demos this weekend, we've built a mod of it in Tabletop Simulator. And I'm going to just switch over now to the Tabletop Simulator mod, just so that I can talk you through this. Let me just bear with it a minute. If I click on that, and I click on that, and I click on that, there you go. You should now see my screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Right, we're all good. So yeah, so this is the current prototype. This is not a finished version, but you're going to get an idea of what the style of the artwork in the game looks like and how the game plays.
Yeah.
So basically, it plays over 5 rounds, and the round tracker is this sector here. So this will move along at the end of each round. These should be face up. Okay. It is a deck building game, so each player has a deck of cards. Now, each player only has a deck of 6 cards, which is unusual for deck building games.
Yeah.
And what you will do over the course of a round, you will gradually be playing those cards from your hand. So 5 rounds of the game, the 5 cards that you start with in your hand, that is it for the first round. Okay, it isn't like normal deck builders where you play all of your cards and then draw a whole new hand of cards. That doesn't happen in this game.
Yeah.
You start with your 5 cards, and then gradually over the course of the first round, you will be playing those cards to take various actions. At the end of the round, all the cards that you've played will get shuffled and put on the bottom of your deck. There is no discard pile in this game. The cards are either in your hand, in your deck, or you have played them. And that's how the cycle of cards works. Things that you can do, one of the main actions you can do is actually send one of your archaeologists out to one of the dig sites. Now, the start of the game, these 5 sites here, these are the base camp sites. You can go there, you have to spend a boot because you're walking there, and you will basically get the bonuses printed on the tiles. But what you want to do, once you've saved up enough of these compasses, which represent that you're spending time exploring, you will explore one of these sites up here. Now, that gets you an immediate reward, but also you will discover the site and you will place one of these tiles on it, which you will then flip over, and it will be some cool artwork, and it will be an extra bonus. So these sites are more dangerous. Well, they're more rewarding, but they're harder to get to because you have to spend the compasses. But at all of these sites, there is a guardian.
Yeah.
This is the guardian that is here, okay? And this is the guardian. Okay? It doesn't look very happy for a Sunday morning. Now, the guardians can be overcome. You spend the resources shown on them, and you'll get the points. This is a game where you will win by having the most points in the game. The points are only scored at the end of the game. So what you're doing is you're taking various actions which will end up getting you points. Now, a big part of the game is this research track over here. And the way this works is pretty cool. This is set up for a 3-player game. But one of the actions that you can take in the game that doesn't require you placing your worker is you will spend the resources depicted here, and you will move up your marker on this research track. You have 2 markers. You have your magnifying glass and you have your book. Now, thematically, the magnifying glass represents you're actually going out and you're investigating things and looking at things. And then the book represents that you have actually then written those things up into some kind of diary. Game-wise, what it means is that your book may never be ahead of your magnifying glass.
Yes.
Because you've got to have seen something before you can write about it. And one of the nice things of this game, although it is a Euro game where you're trying to get points, there's a lot of rules that can actually be explained thematically, and that helps people learn the game and also immerse themselves in the game.
Yes.
But moving up the research track will get you a lot of bonuses and a lot of points. And right at the end is the lost city of Arnak, and if you manage to reach there, you'll get a whole bunch of other points as well and can do some extra research. The last bit of the game that I will mention briefly are these cards, because it's a deck building game, so you want to be buying cards to add to your deck. There are items and there is artifacts. And this market works in a cool way, because in round 1, there are 5 items and 1 artifact. When we move to round 2, there will actually be 2 artifacts and 4 items.
Oh,
so as the game goes on, the ratio of items to artifacts changes. These cards all give you cool special abilities when you play them. So yeah, when you first play the game, you will be like, oh, Pack Donkey, that looks cool, I'll buy that. And you won't really have an idea of how it works. But once you've played the game a couple of times, big deck of cards, you will spot certain combos.
Yes.
And you will be like, oh yeah, binoculars. That combos well with another thing that I got, and you'll be trying to sort of build up your deck. That's about it. It's going to be 1 to 4 players. They are going to include solo rules in the game itself. Obviously, the games that we're doing this weekend, I'm teaching people how to play, and we're playing remotely, and we're playing on Tabletop Simulator. So the games this weekend are running longer than they would normally. My honest answer is 4 players, 2 hours.
Yeah.
For the game. Hour and a half once you know what you're doing, but this isn't a particularly long game, and it does fly pretty quickly because players are taking sort of like what I call micro turns. It's like, right, I'm going to play this card, get a gold, buy that, done, your go.
Yeah.
And play will keep passing around the table until all players have basically done everything they want to do in a round, and then they say, right, I'm done, and once all players have passed, you move on to the next round.
See, I like that in a game where you basically break away from the old analysis paralysis for someone sitting there for maybe 10, 15 minutes thinking about what am I going to do on my turn? What's the optimal move here?
I love it.
It looks beautiful.
It's a beautiful looking game, Paul. It is,
and this is just a prototype, as I say.
Beautiful looking game, and I love the fact that it's so thematic, and the fact that the theme. Okay, some Euro games can be they can be a little bit abstract.
Oh, okay? Absolutely, yeah.
But just as you have said, the theme of this game has evolved itself into the rules, so you can explain it in a much more natural way.
Absolutely, and there's one thing that happened on Friday. This card here, the binoculars, right? So let's just look at this card. This card, when you play this card, it allows you to activate a tier 1 site, so which is one of these. Okay. Now, activating means getting the abilities that's printed on it. Somebody played this card on Friday in one of my demos and said, oh, right, I get to activate a site. I'm going to activate this one. Can I also fight the Guardian while I'm there? And then they went, oh, no, wait a minute. It's binoculars. All I'm doing is looking at it.
Yes.
And I went, yeah. And it was just nice how I didn't actually need to answer the question because they'd worked out, oh, yeah, binoculars, activating a site. Surely I can't fight it because I'm not really there. And it was like, yeah, that kind of all fits together. The other thing as well about the game, there's going to be, as we look at these sites, you might just think, and I certainly did, I think, right, I'm a Euro gamer. This site is 2 tablets and a gold. The artwork for me was like, it doesn't really matter. Any old artwork will do. However, and I don't know too much about it, but the designers of the game have assured me that there's a whole load of backstory to this island, and they're actually going to be writing some blogs or something like that for future content. That this artwork here is not just artwork. There is a story behind it, and it is tied to the resources that you get for going to that location. They've also hinted that there are going to be some hidden messages in some of the artwork, which is going to reveal part of the backstory of the game. Now, if you're a Euro gamer like me, you can just play this game and not worry about that. You just move cubes around and count your points. But it's nice that they're putting in the extra effort into this world to create it and give it a bit more life.
Yeah, it's what can I say? I love the artwork on it. It looks like a wonderful evening's entertainment. These days, I'm in lockdown pretty much like everyone else, so any physical gaming I get at the moment is just with my family. And I can see this on my dining table and us just relaxing at a weekend evening and just playing through this. And the great thing is, I like games that trigger conversations between players.
Right.
And I like games where you can start to slip into the theme of it and have conversations around the game, not necessarily in character, but quasi in character.
I mean, one of the games that I ran on Friday was hilarious because it was a 3-player game, and 2 of the players had actually progressed all the way up to the research track, and they'd reached the Lost City. Okay. Yeah. And then later on in the game, Matt, he managed to get there as well, and he was like, yay, I've reached the Lost City, yay. Oh, wait a minute, you guys are already here. And they're like, yeah, we've been here for like weeks. What are you doing? And it was just, again, this extra bit of conversation just around purely what happened in the game. But they kind of turned it into a little story, which was really fun.
And that is... That's a crucial part of gaming for me. Obviously, Paul, me and you are on different areas of the spectrum here. I'm a miniatures gamer. I like to see my narrative play out on the tabletop. This is a wonderful crossover here between the Euro and and where I am, and I love the fact that they're putting the extra effort into the artwork, not just from the perspective of being beautiful, but it being meaningful.
Yes.
And that it will unlock stories and things that we can use to describe the game. Yeah,
which is not something, to be honest. I mean, I've worked full time in the industry for about 6 years now, and this isn't something you see. What normally happens with the production of games is that the designer will come up with, here's a location, the rewards are 2 tablets and a gold. Off you go and do some artwork. Yeah, and then the artist will do some artwork and slap it on, and that's it. Yeah. With this one, because the designers are actually part of the CGE team, they work for CGE, the artist works for CGE, it's all being done together. Everything is joined up. So, there's a lot of direction going on. And it as I say, I think that shows in the game, and it's really nice. So I'm really looking forward to the end product. The first version I've played of this game was in March 2019 with little bits of paper and Lego.
Yeah.
Because as I say, the designers just sort of finished it off, brought it there. They stole their kids' Lego to make some pieces. And I've got high hopes for this one.
I'm very happy to see it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's another wonderful aspect to this as well that also appeals to me. So you're the narrative gamer. You love telling stories. I'm the tactical gamer. I love playing different tactics on the table. So with the way the board's laid out, because those locations are always going to be changing, where you're going to those sites, your narrative's going to change, but also my tactics are going to change as we play through it.
Yeah.
There is no like chess maneuvers in this. It's always something new. You're always on your feet and always thinking. That's something I really adore in games.
Yeah, and the tension in the game comes, it's worker placement, which means once one player has gone onto a particular space, nobody else can go there in the same round. And the research track, I've taken it off screen now, but there were particular tiles on there which reward the first player to get to that location. So the player interaction in the game isn't direct, it's more competing for certain areas and getting to places, before the others.
I'm going to do a very quick shout out actually to Dave Doggy. He's in Spain, right?
Hello.
And he says, "God, it's very early for you guys now. And it must be like 9 a.m. This must be pre-recorded."
No,
it's not.
Here's the thing you forget. We were in streaming till about what? 10 o'clock
last night.
Yes, so there was no pub time. That's why we're able to get up early.
Yes, no pub time. I've been actually in the studios since 5:30 this morning, working on a dungeon. Actually,
there you go. I mean, this is the funny thing with virtual conventions. I'm sat at home. My partner's trying to sleep in the other room. I didn't have time to let the cats out this morning, so the cats are walking around the house, wailing away because I haven't fed them or let them out, and they might jump up on the table at any moment. You don't get that. If I was there with you now, we're doing this.
Yeah,
you wouldn't have those things.
No, no. Yeah. One last thing I would like to say about this is I'm really, really pleased to see companies like Czech Games Edition now also starting to look at the opportunity that world building brings, and by looking at a game and saying, well, actually, there's a larger piece of intellectual property that we can build here that allows this game to expand in ways that might be very different from what we have seen in the past in terms of a lot of the Euro games and stuff that's come out. So I'm really keen to see the interesting things that this additional work that they're doing in Arnak actually unlocks for that as a piece of intellectual property going forward. So
we'll see.
Okay, right. Next up, we have Under Falling Skies, Paul.
Now, there's another. This is another interesting story with this one. So, Under Falling Skies is actually available right now as a print and play on Board Game Geek, and it has been for a couple of years because Board Game Geek runs various contests throughout the year. And a couple of years ago, they ran this contest for designers to create a 9-card game. And this won, I think, the best game, best innovative game. It won so many awards. The design contest was basically to create a game that only used 9 cards with a few extra other components.
Yeah.
And this game won. So this game has been out there on BGG as a print and play for quite some time. CGE made the decision, again, in 2019, that they were going to publish this game. Now, historically, CGE have not published solo games, and CGE, in the past, have never really done solo modes for any of their previous games. It's just not something that they've considered doing. However, this game was so good, they just said, we're going to publish this game. And it is, strictly speaking, a solo game. However, personally, and this is from experience, I feel that this game is best played with 2 players working together to try and solve the puzzle. So strictly speaking, a solo game, but I'm going to try and get them to call it a multiplayer solo game on the box just to confuse everybody.
A cooperative solo game.
A cooperative solo game. Yeah. So do you want to stick the trailer on for this if you have it there?
If you have the trailer, let's.
I do believe so. Fingers crossed. I've done this right.
Okay.
Watching the live broadcast. I'm the giant and
Okay, interesting.
Here we have it. This is is Will Smith in this game?
No, but Jeff Goldblum is. So yeah, while we were doing it, I've switched over to the overhead camera just to give you an idea about this, because I've actually got a demo of this running straight after this interview, and this is what I'm using to do the demos of this game. I'm basically sharing my screen with people playing on Discord, and we're doing demos of it. So yeah, the theme of this game is the alien mothership has arrived. It is heading down, and it is trying to destroy the planet. It will move down gradually at the end of this round. At the end of each round, the mothership will move down. If it ever reaches this space with the skull, you lose the game immediately. The mothership is launching these alien spacecraft. These will move down the board towards you. Feel free to make Space Invader noises as they move down.
It's rattling around in my head, man.
There it is.
When they reach the city, they will deal 1 point of damage, and then the ship will respawn at the end of the round. The way you win the game is by doing research into a weapon which will defeat the aliens, which is represented by moving this marker all the way to the top of the track. If you do that, you win the game. Now, the game is going to come with multiple different cities. The print and play that's available online right now is just default rules, very, very basic. But what CGE have been doing with the designer and the development team, they've been adding a whole bunch of extra stuff to this game. So there's going to be over 20 different cities which you can choose to defend. This one is New York. Each one will have a special ability. Also, the base layout, if you just look at this base layout, there's going to be multiple boards. They're two-sided, so there's all sorts of different configurations that you can have. And I've done that wrong. There we go. And that is going to increase the variability of the game. You can also customize the difficulty of the game even further by flipping one or more of these boards over. So this is difficulty level 1. If we decide we're going to flip this board over, that is now difficulty level 2. If we flip this one over as well, that's difficulty level 3. So you've got a lot of customization with the game, which I think is really important in solo games, because, you know, I remember playing a solo game about 15 years ago, and it was like, the objective of the game is to do this. And I played it a couple of times and I did this, and I'm like, right.
Now what?
There was nothing to make me go back. Now, with this one, I can beat this almost every time on difficulty level 1, most of the time on difficulty level 2, difficulty level 3, not quite.
Yeah.
Whereas the designer is quite often playing this on difficulty levels 4 and 5. There's a lot of tricks and tips that you can learn in the game.
Yes.
So let's talk about how the game plays. At the start of each round, you will roll the 5 dice. So there's 2 white and 3 black. And then you must make a decision about where you're going to put those dice. Now, you put those dice into your base. Your base is divided into 5 columns. I've lost the excavator. There we go. And every column must have a dice placed in it. So if you decide to put the 5 here, for example, you then can't then put the 6 down here. So you've got to be very careful about where you put the dice. Now, you might think, well, hang on a minute, this is really random because you've rolled the dice. But although the initial roll is random, there's a lot of options, because high values are good because they get you to do more things in your base. But every time you put a dice in a column, all of the alien spacecraft in that column move that number of spaces towards you. So 5 is awesome, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to move 5 spaces closer. The other really important thing with the dice...
Could a ship... Is it just one ship moves the full 5, or...
All of them that are in that column.
You can see the columns just about there. It's all gridded out.
Yeah, okay, yep. So all of them that are in that column move the full 5. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. So sometimes you will get multiple ships in a column, and they would all move down towards you.
So that could leave you in the position where you've rolled a 5, for example, and you think, oh, that is awesome. That's exactly what I need in that square to unlock this.
Yeah.
However,
Boom,
if I do that, these guys are going to come down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And your base will take a point of damage. Now, as I always explain when I'm demoing this game, you win or you lose this game. There is nothing else. Therefore, if you win the game and you've got 1 hit point left, it's still a win.
Yes.
Okay, right? New York has been absolutely devastated, but it's still a win. So taking damage, sometimes you have to do that. You're like, you know, and I've seen people playing it. They're like, oh, no, I can't put a 5 there because we'll take a point of damage.
Yeah.
It's 1 point of damage. That's fine. It's obviously you don't want to take all of this.
Yes.
So back to the dice, the white and the black ones, and this is the really crunch decision point in the game. Every time you place a white dice, and you can place any one of the dice first, but if you place a white one, you re-roll all of the rest of them. And you must re-roll. So the situation here is like, okay, well, we really want a 2 5s. Okay, so let's place the black one here first.
Yeah.
Then we don't really like these numbers, and these are really too big for us. So I'll tell you what, let's place the 5. Yeah. Right, now let's re-roll what we've got left. We got a 2. Excellent. We need a 2, but we also need the 4. So we'll put the 4 first, then we'll put the 2, then we re-roll this one. Okay, so you do have various options with the placement of the dice.
And one dice has to go into each column.
Each column has to have one dice in there.
Gotcha. And
now, the rooms do different things. I won't go into too much detail, but basically you have power, and a lot of the rooms require power for you to use, so you have to put dice into rooms that generate your power. The rooms do alien research. The green rooms allow you to generate research points, which will move this marker up the track here. And these reddy orangey rooms, that's where you scramble the fighter jets. And some of these spaces have explosions on them. So when an alien spacecraft is on an explosion symbol, if you use the fighter jet room, you have the chance to basically blow some of them up. But not as good as it sounds, because there's an infinite supply of these red ships. They will just respawn at the end of each round.
Yeah.
That's it in a nutshell. It is a puzzle game. It is a very interesting puzzle game. And it's also quite challenging. But as I say, once you've played a couple of games, you should always beat it at level 1. It's just then you can ramp up the difficulty to make it harder.
That's incredible. I love it.
It's really cool, and it's really fun. I mean, like, Warren, how many times have you sat and talked to me about games you want to take on vacation with you and Andrea?
Yes.
A puzzle game like this, I would say, is perfect for you guys to maybe sit when the kids are just starting to nod off, and you guys are just trying to rest and relax, and you can start maybe working through something like this.
Not only that, but this would be a great game to play with alongside one of my children.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't matter what age necessarily they are, because they don't need to understand the game mechanics per se, because I can explain it to them in terms
and you can start telling the story of it.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Really interesting. I
like
love
it.
that.
It's a very cool idea.
Playtime, if you were to play solo, would be about 20 to 25 minutes once you know how to play the game. Okay. Now, if you were to play it with 2 people together, that's obviously going to increase that because you're going to have the discussion time. But it's normally about 40 to 45 minutes with 2 people playing it. As I say, 25, 30 minutes if you were to play it solo. So yeah, it's not a long game. You know, people have been printing and playing this game and playing it in their lunch breaks and things like that. So.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Now, what we haven't mentioned is all of the other stuff that CG are going to put in this game. Yeah. It's going to have a campaign mode. So you can play the game. You choose one of the cities to defend, and you set it up, choose the difficulty level, and you can play it. But they're also going to be doing a campaign mode with a sort of ongoing story. And I think what they're going to do is that they're going to introduce some of the rules of the game as the campaign goes along. So, for example, there are these blue dice. These blue dice are robots. We haven't explained the robot rules yet, but I think what they're doing with the campaign is they're starting it at Roswell, and Roswell uses a different base, and it doesn't use the robot rules, and therefore you can play Roswell, get used to the basic mechanisms of the game, and then progress to the next city. But yeah, there's going to be an inbuilt campaign mode. It's not legacy, so no destroying any components. It is just a campaign mode.
Wow,
cool. Very cool.
I really am looking forward to seeing that.
I want to give this one a go.
Do we have release dates for each of these games?
We do. Yeah, so officially what I've got on my sheet here is autumn 2020, or if you're watching this in the States, fall 2020. The exact date, not sure, because what normally happens is CG will get the stuff printed. They always print things locally in the Czech Republic. So a lot of people are a bit confused because 3 weeks before Essen, right, the rule books for these games are not available on BGG. Yeah. And all the forums are like, well, wait a minute, there's no rulebook available. Yes. Surely the game can't be printed in time. But because CG get things printed literally in Prague, in the same city as where the CG is based, they go to the printers on the Friday with a memory stick, well, it's probably not a memory stick these days.
Yeah.
Here's the rulebook. The printers will spend the weekend printing 5,000 copies of the rulebook, load them into the boxes on the Monday morning, pick them up in the van, drive to Essen, done.
Yes.
You know, so all the games do get there in time, whereas other companies have to send the files off to China like 3 months before, kind of thing. So yeah, if you're concerned and saying, well, wait a minute, Essen's fairly close, and why haven't they put a rulebook online? Trust me, they are writing it, they're working at it at the moment. But yeah, it should be released sometime. They said autumn. as I say, I think it'll be October, November time in the UK, possibly a little bit after that in the States.
Fantastic. Looking forward to seeing it.
See, I'm a fan of CGE games. They do one of my favorites, Codenames.
Yes.
It's a social deduction game that you can just have so much fun with. We've played it a few times when we've done boot camps over here.
Yeah.
You have never seen anything funnier than playing Codenames with non-native English speakers.
Yes.
I've demoed the game in Essenspiel, and I've seen games.
You've experienced it then. It's because you're giving them a code word to try and tell them what to pick on the board. And so the board is pictures. And if you give them the code word representing that picture, but if they're non-native speaking, sometimes it doesn't translate. And
Sometimes it doesn't translate.
Well, I've got to say, I play games with Justin a lot, and half of what he says to me doesn't translate.
Most of our workday doesn't translate sometimes, buddy.
Right. Yeah. Paul, COVID has affected us all.
Yes.
Okay. It has come in, has turned the industry effectively on its head. CGE are no different and pivoted and have reacted to it as well. They've kind of went out of their way now to try and find ways to help gamers and their customers.
Yeah. And this goes back to one of the things that I mentioned earlier on about solo games, that in the past, CGE haven't really done solo modes for their games.
Yeah.
But during the coronavirus, obviously, a lot of people are stuck at home, and solo gaming was already on the rise. It has already become very, very popular over the last 2 years, I think, is when I noticed the popularity going up. But what CGE have done during the lockdown is that basically they diverted some resources to design solo modes for some of their existing games. So Sanctum was the game that came out last year, which is a group of heroes traveling through land, fantasy sort of fighting demons and defeating a big boss at the end. That game was crying out for a solo mode. It didn't have one included in the game, but there is now a solo mode. So if you own Sanctum, the solo mode is available. All of the files are there. You can go on and you can get them. And also a game that I never thought they'd be able to do a solo mode for, and that is Adrenaline. So Adrenaline is a game from a few years ago. It is a 3 to 5 player game, which is basically a first-person shooter. So 3 to 5 players are running around an arena, picking up weapons, shooting each other, and they've done a solo mode for that as well, which I've not played it myself, but I've spoken to people who like Adrenaline, and they said the solo mode is really good. So solo modes for those two games are available right now. And as I mentioned, Lost Ruins of Arnak, that is going to have a solo mode built in right from the outset. So personally, as a new to solo gaming person myself, which actually started before lockdown, I started becoming a bit of a convert before lockdown. I'm very happy about that, because I've actually got some friends that won't buy a game unless it has a solo mode.
Yes, we're seeing a lot of that, even on Kickstarter. We're seeing a lot of the consumer base becoming more demanding. I want in a polite way, more demanding. But but solo mode is becoming one of those checkboxes that many games has to tick.
Yeah, and a few companies, other companies have always done solo modes for the last. I won't name the companies, but there's one that I'm thinking of that every game they've done for the last 6-7 years has a solo mode built in. So they've always been of the mindset that we want our games to be playable, even if it's just, Dave in his cellar on his own.
I believe they've also developed a free platform for Codenames.
We spoke about this earlier on, Justin. It's Codenames, and they've worked on a free way that people can play using a website. The website is codenames.game, which is a very unusual URL, but that is there. It's live. If you want to, you can go to it right now. Just codenames.game. If you wanted to pull it up on the screen, you're more than welcome.
Hang on,
if you can.
Do you know what? I'm going to do that.
So he's going to do it.
Guess what I'm doing after Expo?
So let's go to Codenames.
Codenames.game.
Okay. And bang.
Oh, yes. I am a happy camper.
There you go. So if you just want to create a room, it's in multiple different languages. So if you want a game later on in Korean, I'm up for that. That'll be hilarious. Just stick a name in there.
Yeah. And then invite players with.
And there you go. So if you select one of the languages, and then you've got a link, and that is the link to your room. Send that to your friends. Oh, you've gone with UK. Boring.
And there we go.
There you go.
Yeah.
So what will happen is that somebody will join a spy master on each team, and if you just want to join a spy master, I'll show you what happens.
Okay. There we go.
Right, so there you go. You can see which ones are red, which ones are blue, and which one is the assassin.
Yep.
Anybody who joins that game as an operative won't see that.
Yep.
And then basically you can use Discord or Skype or something like that, or Zoom to chat to other people. You can give the clues, but within the game itself, you actually enter the clue, enter the number, and then the other team will be talking to each other, click on them, and it's just great. I mean, I've been doing some games of this over the weekend. I did a couple of games yesterday, and what was really nice is that, you know, Codenames is a game that I played a huge amount when it came out, and then it doesn't get to the table anymore, because working in the industry, I'm always working on new games, developing new games. But playing Codenames again over this weekend with people, I mean, we played a game yesterday. My spy master was in Australia, and my teammate was on the west coast of America.
Nice.
And it was just brilliant. And it was, and the other teams, one of them was based in the UK, somebody else was, it was just fantastic. So yeah, we've played a whole bunch of Codenames, and that's free. That is available right now on that website. Technically speaking, it is still in beta, but it works fine. And it's been working fine for ages. So yeah, that's
awesome
there now.
Sauce.
Yeah.
Paul, before we go,
yes.
Can people join in on game demos and things today?
Yeah, so right after this, I have a game of Under Falling Skies, which is going. That will be broadcast on CGE's Twitch channel and also my Gaming Rules YouTube channel. So that's with Andy Lewis from Polyhedron Collider, Luke Hector from Broken Meeple. That is happening at 10 o'clock today. They will be trying to save the planet. I've then, again, all of this is going to be on CGE's Twitch channel and my YouTube channel, but I have another game of this, and also to finish off Expo, I've got another game of Lost Ruins of Arnak. So that's today.
Nice.
Fantastic.
And then in your digital stand, all of that info is there. People can get in touch with you via Twitch and chat with you on your Discord.
Yeah, so
absolutely.
If you head over to the CGE virtual stand, guys, you'll find connection to the Discord, the link to the Twitch, and the various demos that are running in other events.
Yeah.
Paul, that was a blast, man.
We have one more thing to talk about very quickly.
Oh, yes, we do.
Main talking point 3.
Yeah.
So this is basically just a sneak preview, because I don't know much about this, but CG have partnered together with 2 other publishers, Heidelbar and Horrible Guild, and at the end of September, there is going to be another virtual convention. So this is a virtual convention. I'm not quite sure exactly how it's going to go. All I know is that CG have asked me to run demos that weekend. So for me, I will very likely be spending that weekend, I think it's 24th to the 27th of September. The name of it is Castle Tricon at the moment. And yeah, it's going to be a 3D world experience for participants. I've just read that directly from the document. As I say, all I know is I'm going to be demoing Under Falling Skies and Lost Ruins of Arnak all weekend, but it's 3 publishers who've got together and they're going to basically put on this virtual convention. More information to follow. Keep an eye on CGE's social media and CGE's website for more information.
Fantastic.
I think I'm going to reserve a seat right now for Arnak.
Yes.
Because I really want to give it a go.
Absolutely.
Well, I will try and remember to give you a sneaky advance booking.
Just give me a nudge in the ribs going, get in, get in!
I will.
Paul, an absolute pleasure, man. Let's keep in touch, and we can see these games as they come out. We'll try and get you on the show to tell us a bit more about them and others
anytime.
as they come through. Guys, we're going to cut to a quick break. We will have Medusa Games with us shortly. So we'll be back to have a look at what they're up to. Hi guys and welcome back. So we have Richard Denning with us with his other hat on. We've got your Medusa Games hat on, Richard.
Yep, yeah. Yes. Changed my shirt this morning.
Richard, welcome to your show.
Well, thank you. It's nice to be here.
Yeah, we have a number of games, Richard, that we're going to have a chat about. And we're going to kick off with the Great Fire of London and a two-player expansion.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Great Fire is 10 years old this year. It's crazy. There's been 10 years ago, 2010, we released the original Great Fire. And actually, it was a very, very successful launch at Essen back then. And had quite a buzz around it at the time. And it's interesting now, 10 years on, that there's quite a few fans out there of Great Fire of London, but an awful lot of new people who haven't come across it before. And when we first launched Great Fire, we found that there was no particular demand for two-player versions of games in 10 years ago. So the game was 3 to 6 players, and that was fine. And works well in that. You've seen there screenshots of the Tabletopia version coming up there, and in the physical game, I should say, as an aside, these little bread things actually red fire cones, which are the fire. But for this conversion, we had to do a few little adaptations to make it work in Tabletopia. But anyway, so Great Fire came out 10 years ago, but as a 3 to 6 player game, and over the last 2 or 3 years, however, we have had quite a lot of requests for, is there a 2-player, or even is there a solo version of Great Fire? So that was really where we thought, well, okay, can we make a game work in 2 players? Potentially then as an extension to that as a 1-player, as a solo game, which is obviously becoming quite a common feature request these days, isn't it, in games? So you're seeing there the board laid out for Great Fire, and normally players are controlling the fire by playing these wind cards that moves the fire in different directions, north, south, east, and west. You're trying to protect your houses. You're also trying to protect certain locations around London, which are secret to you, and known to you. And in multiplayer games, you might have the same objective as somebody else, and there's a certain amount of trying to work out what everyone's objectives are. So that's the basic idea of Great Fire. Now, this 2-player expansion, which is a little pack of cards there, 30 cards, brings in a sort of AI mechanic to the game that will drive the fire out of player control. So what we needed to do is have something that was happening between player turns, really, that the game had developed in that time period.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you can find, there's a shot there we've got of a sort of screenshot of a Tabletopia layout of the 2-player game. It's
top down, side on.
It's sort of from flat down, looking straight down onto it from the sort of face downwards onto it, rather angled. So what we're I'm trying to think. There you go. That's the one. That's the one. So what we did is I've taken a quick screenshot of almost like the key bits for the 2-player expansion.
Yes.
Okay. So what you got here is this is imagine that we're playing a game and players are doing their turns, and then between the player turns there's this non-player turn that happens. So there's a little prop card there, which is the blue thing. But what it will say basically is, first of all, turn over a wind card, and we see it's a blue wind card that basically talks about a northerly direction. So there are these little coloured arrows on the map. So that means that when you play that card as a player, you're going to be able to move the fire northwards along the blue arrows, or sometimes those little crisscross arrows also allows a northeast move and a northwest move, if you're with me. But this is telling us that the fire is going to expand on this non-player turn northwards. Okay. But where's it going to go? There's various potential possibilities that it could go into northwards from where it is. It's already expanded into a couple of spaces, you can see there. So there's probably about 10 or 12 potential spaces that could be going north there. So what we do is we turn over a card which is off to the right of that wind direction card. If you can just sort of move over to the right slightly. And this card that's coming into view, you see the one with the little yellow house on there? This one tells us that we're going to attempt to burn a yellow house if we can do. Yeah. So if we look back at the board a moment, we'll find that we have to consider, are there any yellow houses that we can burn, or is there more than one? And just there, you've got the Royal Exchange. I think if you zoom up slightly, I think you'll find there's a yellow house there, I think, and I think there's another space with a yellow house in there. So, okay, there's a few places that could be burnt down. So then the rules basically go that you say, well, burn the most yellow houses. If there's still a tie, we look back at that card and we go to the next house colour along, and we say, okay, what of the tied spaces would burn the most of that next colour, which will be an orange. Okay. And when we consider that, we realise the Royal Exchange is going to be the one that will then burn down.
Because it has a yellow and an orange.
Because it's got a yellow followed by an orange. Okay, so this is the kind of AI mechanic that drives the fire on out of player control. Now, if there's an equal situation where there's no tie break, it's player choice. The person who just played their turn chooses, rather than the person who's coming up, as it were. So that's that phase. So now the fire's moved, and now what happens is the firefighters have to be moved around in a slightly chaotic way that will cause problems to the players. So we turn over another card. So over on the right-hand side, there's a green backed card there, and we turn it over, and it says Bread Street, I think. So what we do is we say the two nearest firefighters to Bread Street are going to move in the direction of the wind card that we started turning over, which is northwards, if you recall. So if we zoom over to the left there, we'll prime Bread Street off to the left of Pudding Lane, where all the fire is. It's that couple of spaces to the left of where you are right now is Bread Street, and there's a couple of firefighters quite close to there. So they're obviously the closest, and they'll move northwards in such a way that, if possible, they'll jump into firefighting mode and jump onto a fire. So our dude there will go northwest and start doing his bit to save London. The firefighter to the north of him will be going northwards, and there's no fire cones in there. So, but he would go into the space with the most houses, which is Guildhall. So he'll run into Guildhall and try and do his best to protect Guildhall. So this mechanic allows that stuff to happen between player turns. So then the next player plays their turn, and then another non-player turn, and so on and so forth through the game. So it means that some of the time, by the time your next turn comes round, there's been a non-player turn, a player turn, another non-player turn, and now you're on again. Yeah, and so there's quite a change the flow of the fire, and you've got to react to that dynamic. And we think that probably with a bit of thought, which I didn't have time for the last 10 weeks in the expo, we can probably release a little free download on Board Game Geek or something, and on our website, of a solo version where you're basically trying to save as much of London as you can against certain point breaks or something like that that'll tell you how well you've done. So we'll look at that in the next few weeks and come back to that.
And are folks able to actually jump into Tabletop Simulator and Tabletopia now and actually give this a go?
Yeah, it's on Tabletopia.
Okay,
we're doing demos. So come to the Medusa stand in the hall today. They'll be very happy to run you a demo of either the full multiplayer version or 2-player version. We can do either, or it's on Tabletopia for free, and it will be. It's not on the premium one, so it'll be free going forward. So you can have a crack at it then. And obviously, if you like real world games, physical games, the actual game has lots and lots of nice wooden houses and or fire cones and so on. So it's quite a tactile game in that sense as well. A beautiful artwork by Andreas Resch, who's an Austrian artist. Have a look at it.
Yeah, so we're just having a look at the virtual stand. So, guys, if you head across to Medusa Games, you can join their Discord, check out their Twitch, and even chat with them directly from their virtual stand. We have the demos listed, so we still have demos taking place between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. today for Great Fire, Magnificent Flying Machines, and 9 World demos are going to be taking place between 10 and 3. And if you want to get a quick look at some of the overview videos that they have, these great ones, each game in 8 minutes or less. So there's a challenge.
That's the challenge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm loving that. It's a great piece of history to bring to a board game. Going further back in time, you have 9 Worlds. The Creatures and Monsters expansion.
Yep. So this is hopefully a release coming up. We hope next year. Would have potentially been an Essen release this year had we been on a different version of reality.
Yeah.
So 9 Worlds came out 2016, I'm thinking. Anyway, a few years ago now, and we then released an expansion to 9 Worlds. So 9 Worlds, if people who don't know about it, is an area control Viking Norse mythology themed game where you are essentially trying to take control of as many of the 9 worlds from Norse mythology, Germanic mythology as possible. So Midgard, Vanaheim, Jotunheim, all the worlds that tend to pop up in the Marvel movies. But there we go. There's the board. So it's very so you can see it's in some ways an abstract looking game. It's basically taken an idea from a lot of Viking board games in some fashion. We've gone for a bit of that, but also bringing in obviously modern board game kind of elements, the nice artwork on there and things. And so there are 9 worlds. You are represented by an avatar, which is one of these sort of like Lewis style chess pawny type things, and usually little glass stones, we call them, for army pieces. In the Tabletopia adaptation, obviously we've got these little discs. So they represent your armies, and you're basically a god or a ruler. So if you're Midgard, you'll be Beowulf. If you're what is it now, Asgard, you'll be Odin, and so on. So you're moving around the world. You're trying to take area control. There's no luck at all in 9 Worlds. It's all you have 8 or 7 or 6 action points a turn, depending on the number of players. Just moving stones between worlds, moving avatars between worlds in order to get majority control. And then you're using the powers that are linked to those worlds, assuming you can get control of them, to do stuff like steal other people's stones, destroy other people's stones, swap stones between worlds, all in an effort to try and get majority control when we come to the scoring rounds. Okay, so that's the base game. 2 years ago, we released Sagas and Treasures, which brings in essentially I don't think I actually got any images on there for that, but it basically is the treasures of the gods, so Thor's hammer, that sort of thing, which all have little powers in the game. So with Thor's hammer, you can knock an opponent's stone out of the world that you're in. for example, if your avatar is in. And the sagas bit is hidden objectives, a bit like risk objectives. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it'll say something like have the most stones in such a place or that kind of thing. Yeah. So that was that expansion, and that brings in a bit more. Again, more of the theme of the game. A nice little artwork with that. This is our prototype on Tabletopia. You can't play this yourself on Tabletopia, but you could get in touch with us if you fancy to go sometime at the playtest. So what you've got here is the game set up as it would be normally, with all the nice proper components, and then off to the side here we've got these prototype bits. I'm going to show some. We can show some art in a minute, but if we stick with this for a second, so the monsters bit is the creatures and monsters are these cards here. So what these are additional things you've got to contest with in this fight to dominate the 9 worlds. So now you're not going to only think about trying to control the most worlds, but also the monsters themselves are a threat and a potential source of advantages. So in terms of a threat, if they're not dealt with by the time you get round to the scoring rounds, then the people who have done the least to contribute to the fight will take the penalty tokens, which are these red tokens on the right side, which might mean you have to take a stone off a world that you're on, or a stone will get sent back to your player card, or something bad will happen, shall we say. And that will be suffered. The consequences are suffered by the people who haven't attempted to deal with that. So you've got to be like nice, Norse Viking heroism here and rally to the fight. So, and if you're not doing that, you suffer consequences. So, assuming the monsters are dealt with, then there are prizes, as it were, benefits, which are the other tokens. So, when I talk about dealing with them, you can spend action points in the game rather than moving stones between worlds and that sort of thing. You can spend those to move stones to the muster point, which is going to be like a Mead Hall sort of artwork thing. There's actually a card on there with a sketch of it, and on the plate on the board there. One of those was like the muster point at the bottom left there. And that'll be nice, colourful art of a sort of Viking Mead Hall and. It's actually upside down there, isn't it? But you get the idea, I think. So, and then the idea is you can move your stones to there, and then in the monster phase, all the assembled warriors are placed in player order onto the monsters. So all of those, and you can see some of the art here that's going to be on these monster cards when the time comes. All very Norse mythology and so on, Germanic mythology sort of themed stuff. So if you can zoom in as well as you can on one of the monsters, we'll just quickly talk through the card. So these cards have little spaces on them. So the Fossagrim here has got 5 red circles on them at the moment. Obviously this is prototype art, all this will be worked on, but the idea is that you drop your stones in player order onto these various cards, and whoever has, when you get to the resolution, if those are all filled up, whoever's got the most stones on there gets to keep the card, and they're worth monster points, which are top left, those little jaw symbols. We'll decide on what icon we got eventually. But also we'll get first dibs at the prizes, if you like, the rewards. And also some of the cards, not the Fossagrim one, but others have little powers in the top right-hand corner, which you get to use in the game. So you've defeated the monster and you bring them into your army, if you like, and get to use its power. So they're the Valkyries, have a little Valkyrie power, which in the main game, whenever stones fall in battle, if you've won the battle, they go to Valhalla, and as the heroic dead, and they score you extra points. And with that power, they actually score you bonus points. So you can play a strategy of getting the Valkyrie and then trying to win the battles and then getting benefits that way. Sort of thing. Okay, so that's basically the gist of it. And if there's a tie for stones, it's whoever's in first, the furthest left on the lines of things. So you're looking at each other to sort of work out who's going to get control of what and placing things and all this sort of stuff. And some of the benefits, the rewards are free battle stones, which means you get to move a stone for free onto there. You don't have to spend points in the game. And in that kind of resolution phase, when we get to it, we say, okay, are any cards full? Okay, let's deal with them. That means let's divvy out the rewards. You get to keep the card. are any not defeated? In which case, let's sort out what happens to the penalties.
Yeah.
Now then, the stones that are on the cards. Those little red symbols had little symbols in, or little characters, either V's or nines or that sort of thing. Now, what they refer to, and these will be icons, obviously, in the final thing. But that means that when the stones come off the monster, when the monster's finally defeated or not defeated, the stones, if you beat the monster, will go to either 9 means choose one of the 9 worlds to put the stone on. Yeah. So the army comes back from the battle and goes back to one of the worlds, yeah? Or H means put a stone on your home world. And C means onto your card, and R back into your reserve.
Yes.
Okay? And there's some of the nastier monsters have a H here, I don't know if these do, but that come out in the sort of later part of the game. H means Helheim, which means that in order to defeat the monster, some of the stones are going to have to go to Helheim, which is at minus points in the game. So you're suffering for the fight, as it were. You're taking a hit for the team, sort of thing, to try and defeat the monster.
Yeah.
So essentially, that's it. So in the game, there are going to be something like I think it's 16 monsters in two sets of 8. So at the start of the game, we'll deal out, depending on the number of players, 3 cards or 4 cards, and then in the scoring round 3, we then see whether or not where we are with the monsters.
Yes.
If any get defeated before, then you deal with them as that happens. But otherwise, when we get to round 3, we say, okay, let's see, are we has any been not defeated? And then we work out the penalties. And then we go to, at the start of turn 4, we bring out 3 more, and that lasts to the end of the game in a standard 6-turn game. And that's Creatures and Monsters. So we're aiming at the moment. We're play testing it still, of course. Artwork is coming along, as we see there, and we're hoping to have this available. If the fates are good, and the gods shine upon us next expo, and or by Essen next year. So some point in the summer of next year would be the plan at this stage. This will be a box of cards about the size of it would probably be the same size as the Tinker Tailor box, which is a Munchkin size box. To give an idea for those that might be more to. So it'll be big giant cards for the monsters, and then other bits and pieces that you need in there the tokens and things to generate the game. Play.
So you've been porting a number of games. Again, we're touching on COVID a lot during this weekend because it has had a massive impact. Medusa Games as well. You've been porting some of your games to Tabletopia. How have you found the experience of porting the games over?
In the end, I really quite enjoyed it. I mean, it was a steep learning curve. I mean, I hadn't heard of Tabletopia at all until some point in, I think it was early April, when we realised by then we'd announced the postponement of Expo, and we were starting to look, and we were thinking, are we going to be able to run at all this year? And if not, what do we do? And I come across a few of these virtual cons, one or two of the early ones, the Steve Jackson game one. In April, and we're starting to think, well, do we do something, which we ended up doing? And if we do, how on earth do people play games online, board games online? I did a few as sort of like tablet versions of games, as many people have, but I've never done actually online gaming. I'd heard of Tabletop Simulator, but I hadn't heard of Board Game Arena or Tabletopia at that stage. And I had a quick look, and I just found Tabletopia's sort of interface. Actually, it's a bit of a learning curve. They've got a lot of helpful videos. That I would say their support is brilliant. So basically, I sort of started fiddling around, and what you have to do is bring the artwork in. So if you're a publisher and you've got all the assets, you can import all your art. So that's a time-consuming process because you've got to bring in everything separately. So every bit of art has to be imported. Created is what's called an object. And those objects are then brought into the setups. So effectively, you're creating these setups for each number for varying player numbers. So that 9-wheel setup was set up as a 4-player game. 3-player game would look different because you've got to do each of those. But once the objects exist, you just sort of like going and saying, right, what do I need for this setup? Oh yeah, I need the board, I need the table, I need that backdrop, and so on. And so once you've done one conversion, then okay, I know the process now and understand what I'm doing here now. So the first time through is a fairly steep learning curve, and I was struggling with in Great Fire. I remember I said we're using these like little cylinders rather than cones. That's because early on I thought, okay, I can bring. They've got all these sample bits. They've got sort of beeples. They've got houses, which is great for Great Fire, because that's what we've got. So they've got all these bits, but what do I do about the fire cones? Because they've not got any cones. So I had a go at trying to make a 3D cone in something. One or two 3D rendering software type stuff. Brought it in, and they sort of laid on their side, so the cones would come in like that, like not rather than upright. And you sort of so you think, well, I don't want you like that. I want you,
How do I
just
reorient
stand up. and then eventually I discovered, and Googling around, that X, Y, and Z coordinates in the real world are not X, Y, and Z coordinates in computers.
Yes.
So the X and the Y and the Z axes are flipped in computers screens compared to the real world. You think, why on earth would you? Why would you do that? Why would you not use what we're already using in things? You know.
But anyway, so then one programmer out there just laughing right now.
Yes, and stuff. And then eventually, anyway, the cone business didn't work, because in Great Fire you're sort of putting the firefighters are black cones that pop on the top of red wooden cones for the fire. A nice, what we call the plop factor, because it basically literally you plop, and everyone goes ooh as they realise that's how you show the fire's being fought and contained. It's nice, nice little element in the physical game. But we just couldn't get 3D cones that are hollow to interact with 3D cones that were solid. And then I got onto support, and I said, okay, this thing's on its side, and anyway, I can't get the one to pop on the other. What do I do? And they looked at it and said, to be honest with you, you're just gonna have to abandon the cone idea and go with something else. But they walked me through it. So and the support people responded very, very quickly. So they would. I'd fire off an email, and it would usually be back within a few hours. You'd think, I'm not going to hear from these guys. And that was before we started speaking to them about doing the expo. And once we'd announced the Virtually Expo, they were they actually were on the email about a day or two later to say, oh, can we be involved? Can we what can we do, sort of thing. So they've been brilliant. And I personally, I prefer the tactile sort of 3-dimensional sandbox style gameplay to a computer simulator thing. Now, Board Game Arena is a great way to play games around the world with anyone, and you just go on and you get matched up with Fred from New York and Alex from Russia or something, and you play your game of 7 worlds in 10 minutes and everybody pushes off. But it's not a very sort of interactive experience between the players necessarily. It can be if you make the effort, but a lot of the time you literally, there could be computer opponents for the interaction you have. Whereas in Tabletopia, you've got that interaction. So Board Game Arena is great for that, running a game, enforcing the rules. You don't need to know what you're doing. They'll tell you what you're doing, sort of thing. Tabletopia is great for, right, I know the game. I'm going to show you the game. Right, so you've got your little hand there in the board. You can see people's little hands moving around, as you've probably seen this when you did the Tabletopia talk through earlier on and things. And you can see their little green hand there, and you say, right, so if you just click on that house and pop it over here. And most of the demos start with people throwing pieces at each other and stuff like that. But eventually everyone calms down, and then I really think it's great, because I think you can rotate. You're rotating the table, and it feels like you're in around a real game to some extent. And there's that slight thing about, okay, how do we get into that in-game environment? So you need to get online with them, so that you want to be talking to them ideally, or so there's that firstly matching up business, and obviously things like Discord are great for that, which is what we're encouraging people to do.
And Tabletopia have their link sharing and stuff as well for your games, which is fantastic.
And you share the links, and off you go, and you're in the thing. We've done so on Medusa stand. We've done really quite a lot of demos this weekend where people come on. Yesterday morning I had somebody sort of shuffle into the thing at about 9 o'clock in the morning and say, I quite like a demo. Is that possible? And I said, oh, fine. What do you want to do? Great fire. Okay, let's go for it then. So you done one of these before? He said, no. I've been trying to plump up the courage to come and have a demo all last night. I decided I was going to do it. And so you used Tabletopia? No, this is the first one. I said, well, let's go for it then. And we walked him through it, and as a guest logging, because he hadn't got as far as setting up an account yet. And then I said, well, go off and get an account, because you've got free premium, for 6 days?
7 days.
7 days, I think, from Friday night, I think.
Oh, right.
I'm not sure if it's 7 from when you click on it or 7 from the... Anyway, point is, you can play around with it this coming week, can't you? And
exactly.
And then see what you think. I'm after the 2 hour we took them through, and then it went on a lot longer than it should be, because we ended up just nattering about all sorts of things about online play and things. But that was good, and I think so. I'd like to encourage everyone to don't be afraid to go into people's stands, and get that demo. They're waiting for you to do that, and honestly, just go into their chat channels and say, hello, I'd like a demo, please, and they'll sort it out. So don't try and work out how you get it to work. That's their job. You just got to go. You got to say, I'm here. Can I have a demo? Like you would in the real world, like you would walk up to a stand. Anyway, So there we are.
Which of your games did you port across then, Richard?
Sorry?
Which of your games did you port across to Tabletop?
We've actually brought all 4 of the published games so far. So we've published. So Great Fire was the first one I did at the start of this process. That's on there, and also with a 2-player expansion built into it, so you can play that. We've also ported in the Magnificent Flying Machines. That was quite a challenge, because flying machines are a lot of stuff. There's lots and lots of different counters, so all of those have to be brought in as images. So it's a very busy table with flying machines, but oddly enough, it's been one of the more popular demos people have been asking for.
It is a beautiful game.
Yeah, so there we are. You get your little planes, they fly along the course, and I had to play around with how we do that. Do you have tokens that were 2D on the board, and then eventually I found these little standee things option, which you could have a thing standing up like that, which is nice.
Yeah, and then applied your artwork to it.
Yeah, and this artwork is with the same artist that did 9 Worlds, which is Andre Schneider. He's Art of Andre. If you want to go and check his stand out, brilliant artist, really nice guy to work with. Actually lives in Essen. So he wandered up to the stand one year when I had a very early version of 9 Worlds, and showed me his Viking themed artwork, which ended up and then eventually becoming the 9 Worlds artist. Anyway, so we've got flying machines on there. We've also got Tinker 9 Worlds as well, and then Tinker Tailor. Oddly enough, for the conversions, the one that's the most challenging, not in terms of manpower and work, time, but simply in gameplay, was actually Tinker Tailor. The Tinker Tailor is a light, simple card game. So, but the mechanic in it that becomes difficult is you're drafting cards. So you pick up that deck of roll cards. You can see the backs of at the bottom there.
Yeah.
And if you say playing a 3-player game, this is set up for 4. So you deal yourself 2 more cards and player. So 6 of these little blue back cards there. And now you've got them in your hand. So you have to bring them into your hand in Tabletopia, which is easy enough. But also in your hand, you're gradually collecting these goods and money cards. And we found everything was getting a bit kind of there's all these cards, so endless amounts of them and things.
Yeah. So basically, you need a 2 hands functionality.
Yeah, so that's one thing I've actually said to them, guys. If you can bring in a 2-hand mechanic here, where you can have a sort of one hand and another hand, they've got some hidden zone bit where you can put things on the table, like in a hidden zone thing, but it's quite a small hidden zone, and it didn't prove to be possible. And they've had their heads full of doing dozens and dozens of conversions in the last few weeks in the run up to these shows. So, but I did say, that'd be cool if they could bring in a 2-hand thing where you can have a sort of place where your permanent stuff is, and then a sort of temporary bit where you're looking at the cards you're going to keep. Yeah. And you've got to hand those cards on to the player to your left. So now you've got to kind of put them back on the table, and they have to pick them up and take them. And so it actually becomes slightly more difficult than you'd think for a simple card game. But the other games actually work actually smoother in many ways on Tabletopia. But it works. You just have to bear with it and things. And stuff.
So Richard, if I get you to talk a little bit about your future projects that you have coming up.
Yep. So we are working on another Great Fire. We're working actually on there was a Great Fire in Chicago, if you know your history,
right?
In the 1860s, and about the same amount of the city was destroyed by the fire. About the same amount, but it was similar sort of amount, and it goes north and along the Lake Michigan and all this sort of thing. So we're actually working on a map of that, which we've got in Tabletopia again in a playtest room. But we're trying to bring in some of the elements that make what was the difference between the Great Fire of London and the Great Fire of Chicago. And there's an interesting thing there, that there was these fire alarms, and a year before they got this award for the best firefighting mechanism in the world, which then failed on the night of the fire in Chicago. So what actually happens is, when there's a fire, shop owners have an alarm on the side of and a key to an alarm on the side of their shops. They go and unlock the alarm, go ding, 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 and a fire engine is diverted from from the HQ, the fire office, to that signal. They can it's telegraph wires and things, so they can say sector 27. Okay.
Yeah.
And then when it's another one comes in, they send 2 fire engines, and when a third time happens, every available fire engine goes.
Yes.
The problem was on the night of the fire, the chap in charge was interpreting the signals coming in to the wrong sectors. So he kept on saying sector 27, and other people were saying, I don't think it is, boss. I think it's sector 38. No, 27, and they just send the fire engines to the wrong place. And it was only when the fire was so enormous that they could see it that they just started stuff that, or just drive the things there, and by then, too late. So we're trying to bring in that fire alarm mechanism into the game, so you can play alarm. There are alarm spots on the board, and you can go there and spend an action point, and firefighters will move towards you. And that can be a good thing, so you might be getting it towards the part you want it to be. But equally, it could be a bit bad for other people if the firefighters are moving away from where they would like them to be, right? Which brings in that kind of like, what are you going that way for? Come back, type mechanic. So we're working on that, and we'll see about that. That's still development stuff. I think a couple of years away or something. But but I think it's been something in our mind for a while, and now that Tabletopia was the thing that allowed me. I was hang on a minute, I just have to bring the map in. And I've already got the components from Great Fire on there. So now all I'm going to do is just bring in a separate few bits and pieces, and we got a game, and so we've already played a playthrough of it. Now it's about sort of the play testing and making sure that the fire can spread sufficiently challengingly. So they on the gameplay we did recently, they managed to contain most of it in the areas around where it broke out from. There's a fair amount of destruction, but it didn't sort of break out across the city as it does in Great Fire. So that obviously you're tweaking where the borders are between the districts, and we need another route through north there, so let's just make that a north route there, that sort of thing. So that requires quite a bit of adjustment.
Interesting one in from YouTube from a user called Big Chap. 1906 San Francisco could be cool. Apparently there was an earthquake as well as a huge fire.
Yep. So, and in fact, yes, people have suggested this before. Yes, I think the earthquake started the fire and things, somehow related like that. Also, there's Rome, I suppose. Great Fire Rome.
Of course.
And now you get to play Nero or something. I don't know.
Where basically you'll just sit back and watch it burn. Then.
So I think there's Great Fire itself, the mechanic in it, which I suppose is the bit that people say, what's the unique mechanic in it? Was probably the wind card type things, the way that moves the fire. Was the thing that people, you're playing it to move the fire by going north, and that'll move it north, and various things like that. At the time, that was the thing. So it's very easy to bring those core mechanics into any other map. And now you're looking at what's unique about this fire and what happened in it that could be. So it's a little bit like the many lots of versions of Ticket to Ride. So the Ticket to Ride things, great thing about them is they're all got the same core game in there, haven't they? But there's something different about each one. And that's what makes each map challenging and interesting. So I think we'll have a look at that one. And obviously someone suggested the Boston Great Molasses Flood.
That'll be our Jerry. But I mean, like your earthquake, you could use that to change the actual starting location of the fire. So at the start, there's the earthquake. A random area of your map goes on fire, and it starts from there, completely changing the tactics of your game. Could be fun.
Any other games in production?
So now Justin's got to have credits now.
Yes.
And another ones we're working on. We've got a children's game, King of the Castle, which we're working on, which is based on the rhyme, I'm the King of the Castle, you're the Dirty Rascal. So you've got little steps, a 3D sort of type thing where you're trying to get to the top of the castle, have your 5 kids in the castle first before anyone else, and you get to it's a dice-driven game where you're choosing a dice that has an action on it. So it might be up, so you need to move up. It might be down, where you get to push somebody down. Switch, where you get to switch with someone, so you're dragging them by the legs down while you take their place, and this sort of thing, and jump over somebody. So it's so that's just something we're working on. Again, that was something we actually had at Aircon. We had it on. I did a play test or 2 of it there before everything happened, and. The hill is the slightly challenging bit there to just get that 3-dimensional hill all done. But that's something that we're trying to do something that plays, but has enough interest in it for adults as well. So like a basic game that children can play with just knowing they're just trying to get to the top of the hill. But then some additional things that adults could see, like a more advanced version of the game, maybe. The final one we're actually working on a Euro. So the one we haven't really got is in our lineup is a sort of what you might call true kind of Euro game.
Yeah.
Where resource collection, action, driven type game. So the Oranges and Lemons rhyme has inspired some idea for that we've got a prototype we're working on as well. So there's things in the pipeline. Some as with all publishers, you often have things that get onto a table, things get played, and then put on the shelf again and never see the light of day. So I think we'll decide which of these works and which do we think is worth pursuing at this stage, especially that Medusa itself is a relatively small indie. Obviously I have the advantage of also running the expo, which does help in that I can often do both things at once at shows, to the annoyance of Tony quite often, because so where are you? Get away from that stand. I need you over here. It's been those are the plans anyway at the moment. Some things in the pipeline.
Richard, look, thanks for joining us. I'm going to get you to put your UK Games Expo hat on for a moment. Yep. So, how is the show going?
I'm not changing my shirt, am I?
Yeah, can we? Is there anywhere you would like us to direct folk right now?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, the thing I'd like to say is that the life and soul of the expo has always been the visitors, very much that community, but also the exhibitors, and it's those exhibitors coming to the show every year, the physical show, that help to make the show happen. About 2/3 of the money that actually pays for the show is actually exhibitors' money, exhibitor fee, and then there's obviously from the visitors. And so we need the exhibitors to have a bit of love and attention and things. So if you're there's all sorts of stuff happening at Virtually Expo. There's all these great streams. There's events going on. But don't neglect the opportunity to get into the trade hall and go around some of those stands. You get one of these you get the badges for visiting potentially stands and also taking demos. So go and say hello to some of the exhibitors. This is a very weird way of doing a show. And what you find is people tentatively sometimes sneak into the Discord channel. And then when you say, "Oh, hi, Fred," they don't run away.
And they find me.
So it's really just say hello and just engage with people. Don't be afraid. Just go into people's stands if they've got like a Discord enabled or one of those chat links or something else. Just say hello, guys. Just coming by and see what's going on. They'll love it if they can have some interaction with you, because people have been we've done as Medusa we've done several streams ourselves, and we've done demos all the time, and because we've done all that stuff, we've actually had quite a lot of activity this weekend. And I think that's we felt that there's been certainly quite a lot of interaction, but I think some exhibitors haven't necessarily put a lot of our stuff on, so they're sitting there thinking, is anyone out there? And you think about it, how do they know there's anyone out there? It's only really if people go to the stand and then click through to them. So we haven't got easy mechanics for telling people how many times their stand has been clicked or anything like that to hand. The best way, guys, is to sort of make sure you're, as an exhibitor, that you've got a method for people to contact you, and which are these chat things. But as a visitor, you can do a lot of good by just going around and saying hello to some guys, even if it's someone that you're just browsing their catalogue of whatever it might be, miniatures, t-shirts, whatever. Doesn't hurt just to say hello, just having a quick look what you've got. It does help a lot. If they know you're there and that you care, as it were. So
guys, reach out. And that's what this weekend is all about. It's about us just connecting with one another, reminding everybody in the world that we're all still here. We might be separated, but we are all still here, and we are all still together. So if there are games that you're interested in, go and have a browse through that exhibitor hall, and anyone that you're interested in, just ping them a message. There's chat options and all sorts of options that you can use on their stand to reach out to them. But reach out to them, get a demo, and enjoy some gaming. Richard, thank you very much for joining us, mate. Absolute pleasure as always. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we're back, we have Alley Cat Games. So we'll see you shortly. Hi guys, and welcome back. Okay, where are we at? We're on Sunday. We're still on Sunday.
We are on Sunday. We are joined by the guys from Alley Cat Games.
We have Cesar and Simon. Hey guys, and welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hi. Thanks for having us.
How's the expo been going for you? Have you been hooking up with plenty of people?
Yeah, it's been really good.
Yeah,
really great opportunity to chat with our fans, and we've got a Discord going. We've been doing some play tests and lots of live streams. So yeah, really great.
Cool. Fantastic. Right. Well, Alley Cat Games. We've a couple of games that we want to cover. We want to see what the crack is with them. Kicking off, we have Dice Theme Park. So, what can you tell us about that?
Well, Simon, do you want to start that one, and I can do the next one, maybe?
Yeah, sure. I guess so. Dice Theme Park is the sequel to our most popular game, which is Dice Hospital. So Dice Hospital is a dice manipulation and worker placement game, and Dice Theme Park reimagines the setting in a theme park setting. So it's no longer a worker placement game; it's a dice manipulation and dice movement game. So there's a very interesting cascade mechanic, which dice cascade mechanic, which the designers Daryl and Adrian have brought to the game. So they've really come up with a really interesting and unique mechanic for Dice Theme Park. And then it's been developed by Mike Nudd as well, who's the co-designer of Dice Hospital. So it really has a really interesting twist on dice manipulation, and also still has a feel like Dice Hospital. It's a slight increase in complexity and a very slightly longer playtime. But we think that fans of Dice Hospital will really get a lot out of Dice Theme Park, and we can't wait to show it to everyone, really.
And how many folks can play at a time? So 2 to 4, 2 to 6, and what's the overall game length like?
Yeah, it's 2 to 4 players. So we're currently looking at a solo mode as well. We think it's really important to develop solo modes for all of our games where we can. But the Dice Theme Park, the game, is still in very late development, so the solo mode has to kind of come after all of the polish has been put on that. But we are developing the solo mode, and the game itself lasts between, I would say, 90 minutes. It's around 90 minutes to for 4 players, and then slightly less for 2 players. So probably, an hour to 90 minutes. I'd say, wouldn't you say, Cesar? About right?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, we're just trying to at the moment cut down on the time, but most of that is done through Tabletop Simulator, which isn't that accurate in terms of physical play testing as any publisher or designer will test.
And it's coming to Kickstarter, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. Hopefully towards the end of the year, something like October, November time. If we can't make it by then, it will almost certainly be latest January.
Yeah, yeah. Awesome. We also have Eternal Palace.
Yeah. So Eternal Palace, we've been working on for the last, year and a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when it was pitched to us, it was already in a really good state. Most games that we take on need probably a little bit more work than Eternal Palace did. But Eternal Palace is in a really good place right now. We're really excited about it. It's pretty much done. We're just working on the expansion material, which we're sort of finishing off. And Eternal Palace is a Gateway Plus dice placement game. And the unique thing about it is that when you place your workers, you're actually also moving up a race track. So you're trying to reach the end of a track to get a victory point. And every spot that you visit gives you something. So either resources or extra manipulation material or things like that, basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's set in sort of like a Chinese palace. The theme is that you're trying to appease the emperor, and you're like a noble family, and you're trying to sort of help restore the palace. You also create a literal painting piece, so the victory points are actually cut out card that you overlay on top of one another. So it will look like a beautiful landscape as well. So yeah.
Very cool. See, I love artwork in this style, that beautiful classical Oriental style.
Yeah.
Look at that. That is just absolutely gorgeous. And some of the gaming components that we were seeing there as well, they look great as well.
Yeah. I don't know if you see it in the camera, but I've got all the 3D printed miniatures for it. So there they are, right there.
Nice.
But my favourite is probably the ox and the bridge as well. So there we go.
Very pretty.
But yeah, those will come with the deluxe edition, and essentially that part of the game is an area control thing. So the more you spend at a certain location, you'll be the guardian of that building, and that is also worth a victory point. So
and are both these games available for people to demo this weekend?
So Dice Theme Park, we were planning on demoing it, but we kind of decided to concentrate on other games. Eternal Palace, we streamed yesterday with the designer. That was good fun. So yeah, but we're planning on doing what we call the join us at the table scheme. So we'll be running. Obviously we would have done this at physical conventions like the UK Games Expo or Gen Con or Essen, but we're going to try and do something like weekly or fortnightly. A chance for just fans to come and join us, and we'll teach them how to play our upcoming or about to be fulfilled games.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, I'm just bringing up here to remind folk that they can go to your virtual stand, and on the virtual stand, the guys have a Discord, so you can hop in there to keep in touch. And they have some stuff going out across Twitch. The demos wise, there's one scheduled today between 1 and 2:30. Where you're going to be playing Tungaroo. We'll come back to Tungaroo in a wee second. And then events wise, there's a couple of events on today. One of them's just finished. The next one that's coming up is at midday, and that's Matthew Dunstan, a designer live, and he's going to be doing a Q&A, and Alleycat Games are there, and they're joined by the Chocolate Factory co-designer. So if you fancy learning a bit more...
Matt is quite a distinguished game designer. So he's most well known for Elysium, which was a Kennerspiel nominee, and he's also most recently known for Monumental, which is a Funforge huge project, like a miniatures game, like a civilization game. So Matt, we're really privileged to be working with Matt and his co-designer Brett. We had Brett on actually on our opening stream, so that should be a really good one because Matt knows his stuff about game design. So I'll be personally joining in to watch that.
Yeah, and if you missed any of the streams that have already happened, you should be able to go back onto the Twitch channel and watch like a rerun of those, so you can catch up.
Absolutely. So let's talk a bit about what you've got coming up then, guys. What's delivering soon?
Let Simon answer that.
Yeah, so as you said, we've got Tungaru, which is designed by Lewis and Stefan Maus, which is one of our in-production projects at the moment. We'll be doing a live stream about it later, so yeah, tune in for that. But that's delivering soon. We're really excited about that. That's been manufactured as we speak, and it's a island-hopping Euro game. So people who love sort of conventional resource gathering and resource conversion Euro games will really like the twist that Lewis and Stefan have brought to it, because it's a dice placement game as well. So the dice matter, your position around the islands matter, and it's a really interactive and interesting Euro. So it's art by Andrew Bosley, who did Everdell. He did Tapestry. So we were really privileged to work with Andrew, and it's actually our first board game, so which is quite funny because we don't actually have any board games except for Tungaru coming out, and then also Eternal Palace coming out. All of our previous games haven't actually had a board. So that's Tungaru, which we're really excited about. We've also got Dice Hospital Community Care. So we spoke a little bit about Dice Hospital earlier, but worker placement and dice manipulation game. In Community Care, it's 3 expansions in one box. So we like to think there's an expansion for everyone in that box. There's the city expansion, which has increased interactivity. You're moving your ambulance paramedics around the city to collect dice rather than just the dice draft, which is in the base game. And it also comes with a helicopter mini in the deluxe expansion.
Yeah, there it is.
We always say that.
I'll give it a little whirl.
Yeah, so the helicopter mini. Go on, speak against that.
Yeah, there we go. That's the miniature, and it's pretty cool. And just fortuitously, we decided to do it as a 2-piece set rather than a 1-piece set, and that actually works really well because you can actually plonk the rotor in, and then twist it and make really cool helicopter sounds. So there we go.
Helicopter noises are optional with the expansion, but encouraged.
No, if you're playing with me, the helicopter noises are not optional.
What other aspects are in there?
So we have the city expansion, which comes with the helicopter. We have a maternity expansion, which is it comes with pink dice and maternity wards. I always say it brings the miracle of childbirth to Dice Hospital. It's kind of like a spatial puzzle, and it comes with so the maternity dice have to kind of be separated from the normal patients because you don't want the mothers to get sick, right? If you don't treat them, they neglect normally because of the adjacency to other patients. So it brings in a spatial element to the game, and it also the mothers and the infants have to be discharged together. So there's like more of a timing puzzle in there. So that's the maternity expansion, and then we have the investments expansion, and the investments expansion is my favorite of the three because it brings like infinite customization to your hospital. So there's a new worker placement board which you'll send your workers to. It's a shared worker placement board. So whereas Dice Hospital is usually worker placement on your own player board, there's a shared worker placement board where you have to go to collect investments. And then you place the investments on your existing wards. And that means you can come up with some really interesting combos which have never been possible before. And it really brings out some really amazing turns. I mean, in fact, Cesar and I were talking about it yesterday when we were playtesting. We were reminiscing about our playtesting and how when we got all these investments on different departments, we would always end up having to like record what was going on. Like we felt we needed to get our phone out and record the amazing turns we were doing. It was like, I'm going to treat this yellow dice, but I've got my investment here, so I treat a green dice, and because I'm using my specialist, which is green specialist, that activates their special ability. So loads of really cool customization combos in there. So
you're able to start building in some really nice synergies into your wards.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things about Dice Hospital already, is activating a yellow department with a yellow specialist brings in a really cool combo. But this like takes it up to 11.
Nice.
So we're really happy with how it's come out. And if you love Dice Hospital, we think is a must-have. And if you are really a big fan of all the expansions, we worked really hard so that you can combine them all together. So you can have all three expansions working together. So
wow.
Nice. Epic Dice Hospital experience.
Yeah, when we mean epic in terms of time as well. It adds on, it almost doubles the time. But like Simon said, it's got something for everyone. Like we really kept our ear to the ground because Dice Hospital's our baby. It's our evergreen title for us. So we really wanted to listen to, why did people not buy the game? Why do people not enjoy the game? What did people who enjoy the game want more from it? So this is a culmination of virtually all that feedback into one product. So if you didn't like it because you felt like it was multiplayer solitaire, the city expansion is for you. If you didn't like it because you felt it was too light, the investments expansion for you. If you felt like it was too abstract, the maternity expansion is for you, and so forth. So we worked really hard to get that off the ground, and we feel like we said, it's something for everyone.
And then we're able to add each of those three in independently, so I could just play with the maturity. I could just play with the investments.
That's how it's meant to be played.
Then.
Yeah, you're supposed to play each individual expansion one by one, because otherwise, because there are so many nuances to each individual expansion, if you start combining them straight away, you'll probably miss some key rules and not enjoy it as much. So we write in the rules that we recommend you play them one by one. The ones that you think you'd enjoy the most, it's up to you whichever one you want, and then from that point you can start comboing them.
Cool.
Awesome.
Very, very cool.
What else have you got coming up?
So we got 2 tin games. They're kind of like mint tin games. So last year, actually, for the speed dating event, we were pitched a game called Tinder Blocks, and when it first popped up, I shouted, I was with Simon in my living room, and we were flicking through some of the sell sheets, and I was like, sign that game up right now. So we contacted Rob, and we were like, hey, we really like the idea of this, could you send us a copy? So he sent us one first class. We got it the next day, and we played it, and me and Simon were instantly hooked, because as a product, it's fantastic. It's so basically the best way to describe it for people who know anything about games is it's reverse Jenga. So unlike Jenga, where you build up the blocks and then you're trying to move them out and then put them at the top, Tinder Blocks actually starts with a small row of wooden blocks, and then you're trying to build up. But the trick is they're small and you're using tweezers. So what it actually ends up looking like is like a fire. So you got wooden brown blocks, and then you got wooden cubes which are red and yellow. So as you're building it up, it looks like a fire. But the trick is that you don't want to place something and then it falls apart, because then you're eliminated. So it's a very quick game like that, and that's our first foray into mass market, as it were, because it's something that anyone can play.
And what size is the actual game box?
I think I have. Oh. Well, it's actually downstairs. I don't have a copy on me right now, but it's quite small. It's about, I don't know, it's like a mint tin, standard mint tin. And if anyone's got Mint Delivery or Mint Works, it's like that, but it's just a little bit thicker. So it's almost, I think it's about twice the thickness. Just
it's about the same size as Mint Delivery and Mint Works, because they are already thicker. So.
Yeah, it's probably marginally bigger than those in terms of depth, but only a little bit. But yeah, it's meant to be something that you can fit in your pocket, and that's what we felt like. When we saw it as a product, we were instantly hooked by it because of the fact it's portable, it's fun, and you can play with anyone. You can play it in the pub, you can take it with you to play with your grandma and granddad, whatever. And that's why we're instantly hooked.
Cool, very cool.
Yeah,
and
we've got in sort of partnership with Tinder Blocks, we developed Kitten, and Kitten is another dexterity game which we developed with polyomino cat meeples, and the game is based around balancing these cat meeples matching a certain card. But rather than Tinder Blocks is a very tense and like building up to a moment when the fire collapses sort of game. Kitten is a very fast-paced, cat-stacking, action-packed game. So you just flip a card, and then everyone is instantly grabbing these cat meeples, trying to stack them up in different, in the same sort of coordination. And as soon as they've done that, they shout meow, and then like that's if they're the first to shout meow and they've done it right, then they win the card.
Yeah, I expect to hear a lot of this next year at Expo when we're in the pub, just from across the hall.
Yep. And
we actually demoed it for the first time at PAX last year in December, and we put it at the corner where people could see it as they were walking by. And honestly, like, so many people just stopped just to take a look at, why have you got stacked, like cats that are stacked like that? And then every time we'd play it and I'd see the volunteers demo it, that I would look over in my corner of my eye and I had people shout meow and be like ah. So it was, it's one of these games where it's really silly fun, a little bit like Double, like Happy Salmon, something that anyone can pick up, and it's silly. And we're quite glad we developed it internally. It was an original idea from Mike Nudd. He was like, why don't you stack cats? And then me and Simon came up with the design of it. So yeah, we're really pleased with how it came out, and it was so popular that actually Barnes and Noble approached us at Essen, and they said, yeah, we want to buy a few thousand of copies of this.
Wow!
And we'd never met them, and they were introduced to us by a distributor of ours in the US, and our distributor was like, you got to check this game out, it's great, you're going to sell loads of it. So the director of sales at Barnes and Noble for games, she came to our stand, she said, I love Kitten, I love Tinder Blocks. How can we get something working? So they've ordered a few thousand of each, and
nicely done.
That's we're really happy with that. So hopefully, our plans of getting into mass market and showing that we can make games that are not just clones of Monopoly or Snap, be actually fun, and at a price point that grandma and granddad can afford. And pick up as they're doing their groceries or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other points to cover, guys?
Simon, do you want to talk about our Dice Hospital game?
Yeah, we had a big announcement this weekend, which we've been kind of working on behind the scenes, and we were really excited for. We just announced Dice Hospital Emergency Roll, which is a roll and write set in the Dice Hospital universe, designed by Matt Dunstan and Brett J. Gilbert, who designed Chocolate Factory for us. But it's not as heavy as Chocolate Factory. It's a lightish roll and write game, but it's a really interesting game because it's a flip and roll and write. Okay, so you've heard the term roll and write, and you've heard the term flip and write.
Yeah.
Well, this combines the two. You flip a card, you roll the dice, and then the dice match an ambulance of a card, which and then there's a drafting phase where one player drafts one of those dice, and then all other players can then choose from the remaining dice.
Yeah.
So it's got all the best of, we think, everything that a roll and write should have. It's got the infinite scalability of a roll and write, but it also has the player having their own personal feeling of doing something different to everyone else. Like the active player gets to draft that die, and only they get to draft that die. Now there are some rules so that the other players can follow them. But yeah, we think it's a really interesting take on the roll and write genre. Yeah. So the flip and roll and write. We think it's the first flip and roll and write, but we're not sure.
Yeah, and the other cool thing about it is it will be at a price point that, if you felt like Dice Hospital was too expensive, or it just was a bit too much or whatever, then this is an entry level. It's not an entry level version of Dice Hospital, because it is obviously a flip roll and write, but it gives you a similar feel. Obviously, it's in the same universe, and it will be something like £15-ish. For it. So yeah,
we're planning on releasing that to be available for people with the Dice Theme Park Kickstarter. So when Dice Theme Park goes on Kickstarter, this will be a product we're launching alongside it. So you can have it as an add-on and get it delivered first with your Dice Theme Park game.
Awesome stuff. Happy days. Well, guys, thank you very much for joining us. If you're watching at home, obviously, remember, there's 2 Kickstarters coming up for Eternal Palace and Dice Theme Park. If you haven't already, hop over to the exhibitor hall and check out Alley Cat Games there. There's loads of links on how you can connect with the guys and join in with some of the events and stuff that are still happening today. Thank you very much, Cesar and Simon. That was awesome to get an update. We hope you're having a great show, and we are going to.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say thank you very much. There was one other announcement, in that we have a secret Martin Wallace reprint as well. So we're releasing cryptic information about that online throughout social media, but we're going to be announcing that soon, and that will also be our third and final Kickstarter of the season. After Eternal Palace, so watch out for a Martin Wallace reprint. So if you're a fan of his games, or you like brass or whatever, this might be, and hopefully for you as well.
Fantastic. Okay, guys, we're going to take a very quick break. We'll be back soon to continue our tour of the Virtually Expo. Hey gamers, and welcome back. I have a real special one for you now. We have Mark Poles from the Shop on the Borderlands. If you've never seen this online store, this is probably the biggest selection of RPG material, etc., that you're ever likely to find. He's got old stuff, new stuff, and everything in between. Mark, welcome to the show, man.
Hello, Warren.
So, Mark, what can you tell us? How did the Shop on the Borderlands get started?
It sort of started following a sort of an insurance inquiry.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be a massive collector, a massive RPG collector, in particular Traveller, the GDW science fiction RPG. Yeah. To the extent where for Traveller, I wanted everything. I wanted every printing of everything. I wanted unpublished manuscripts of stuff. So I was a huge collector. And that was funded because I had quite a well-paid job. But I lost that well-paid job, went to work for my wife, essentially earning a lot less money. And I could no longer afford to buy anything I wanted that I saw going on eBay.
Yeah.
And my wife said to me one day, you probably should get your collection insured. So I spent a weekend going through eBay and working how much it would cost to replace my collection if the house burned down or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And to my surprise, it came out to like £30,000. My collection would have cost to replace.
Yeah.
And I did look at a couple of insurance quotes, and it seemed a little expensive. But my wife said, "Well, you miss buying the stuff. That could be a collection, or it could be opening stock."
Oh.
Oh my.
I couldn't sell my collection, but then if you had your collection and we were selling stuff and buying stuff at the same time and so on. So that's how the idea got started. My wife's business was a web development business, and I did the online marketing side of things for that. So between us, we had the skills to do an online shop.
Yeah.
So we thought, well, we could do this. And I must admit, so we created the Shop on the Borderlands, and it started pretty slowly.
Yeah.
I can remember our very first sale, which was a single book for £14, and then we didn't sell anything else for 2 weeks. And at that point, I thought this is only ever going to be a sideline.
Yeah.
But it has snowballed since then. That was back in 2014, so we've been around for 6 years now.
Yeah. It's interesting how time. It's not something you can buy. But it has a wonderful effect on businesses. You give them time, and some of them just start to flourish, and it can kind of then start to reach a tipping point.
Yeah, well, we get a lot of return buyers, and I think probably spread through word of mouth.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably the rationale for advertising and supporting Virtually Expo. Hopefully there are people listening now who haven't heard of us.
Yeah.
Who are now going to go and check out the website.
Yeah, absolutely. So the RPGs is, well, you stock a lot of stuff. Okay.
We do stock a lot of stuff.
RPGs seem to be like the core, the beating heart.
Yeah, I think it reflects my tastes on, I'm a bit of an omni gamer.
Yeah.
But I'm mostly about the RPGs.
Yeah. So can you tell us about your passion of RPGs and what has been your favourites and just?
I probably started like a lot of people of my age. I'm 48, but I suspect like a lot of people of that kind of age, I started with the old red box D&D basic set.
Yep.
Came in a really poor quality cardboard box with a player's guide and a DM's book inside and some dice. And if you were lucky, you got a free adventure, possibly the Keep on the Borderlands, which is sort of where the shop gets its name from.
Yeah.
And I started playing that way, a bunch of friends, moved over to first edition advanced Dungeons and Dragons because it sounded more important than the basic. Who wants to play basic when you can play advanced? And then, met other friends through that who were also role-playing separately, and the groups came together. And through that, met a friend who played Traveller. And, I was into science fiction, loved Blake Seven and Doctor Who. And so science fiction role-playing game, this is cool. Really got into Traveller. Really, really got into Traveller at university. Found more people at university. And it sort of grew from there. But then I left university. And I became a trainee chartered accountant. Now, if you are a trainee chartered accountant, you have to do exams, and studying for the exams is really, really hard. And of course, all the people I knew at university who were playing games had spread around the country, so I sort of lost touch with being an active gamer. And the outlet for my gamingness was collecting. So I became a collector at that point. Now, since then, I've got back in touch with a lot of those friends, and we play fairly regularly now. So I'm an active gamer. Yeah. But there was a period in my life, generally when I didn't have much time, when I was studying for exams, when I was a collector more than a gamer.
Yeah. So, in terms of adventures that you've run, any standout ones that come to mind?
Standout. I think that's two questions, because I think adventures. There's two types of published adventures. Actually, before I answer that question, I think I would make the point that I bet the best RPG adventure ever written has not been published, because most adventures ever written have been done by homebrew guys and only played it with their group, and it was fantastic, and it's never been published.
Yes.
But let's talk about published stuff, particularly as we're a shop. I reckon I want to distinguish between adventures and campaigns.
Yeah.
So an adventure is something you run in an evening or 2 or 3 evenings,
Yeah,
and a campaign is something that lasts for months or even years.
Yeah.
Adventures, the one I keep coming back to, and I'm inclined to run for my group and convert it to 5th edition soon, is an adventure called Irillion, which was published across 6 issues of White Dwarf, mid-80s, and is a 1st edition AD&D adventure set in a very detailed fantasy city. And it's all about chaos and dark rising, and it's difficult to describe why I think it's so great. Anybody who remembers Irillion, I think, will remember just how much the adventure is enhanced by the detail put into the fantasy city. But it's not a big, thick thing. It's 6 magazine adventures, and it's very easy to run. Dig it out. It's available in the Best of White Dwarf Scenarios Volume 3, which I admit that we do not have in stock at the moment, but that's probably the easiest way to get it. Search for that on eBay. As far as campaigns go, long-term campaigns, I was talking about this with your tech guy, Jerry, and it turns out that we have the same idea for the best RPG campaign ever published, which is quite a coincidence. My shortlist includes the usual stuff like Masks of Nyarlathotep for Call of Cthulhu and Horror on the Orient Express for Call of Cthulhu, The Enemy Within for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. I saw your chat to Dominic at Cubicle 7. Of course, they'll be doing it for the new edition, and they're doing a really good job as well. Also, the Great Pendragon campaign for Pendragon is on my bucket list of RPG adventures or campaigns that I want to run, but I need to find the right point in my life because it's huge. It lasts for like 70 years game time. But my number one, and I have run this, and my group absolutely adored it, is a campaign, a big thick campaign for Call of Cthulhu called Beyond the Mountains of Madness, which is, it's a follow-up to a Lovecraft short story, or Lovecraft novella, I think, called At the Mountains of Madness, which is all about a Miskatonic University expedition to the Antarctic that discovers horrific things, mythos horrors, and people go mad. It's Call of Cthulhu. And 10 years later, the university is sending out a follow-up expedition, and the player characters are members of that follow-up expedition, along with about 80 other NPCs. And it's hugely detailed. It's quite linear, but that somehow doesn't seem so bad when you play it. Rather like the way that, if you've ever written Moby Dick is actually, as well as being an adventure story about hunting a whale, is full of stuff about 19th century whaling and technology used for whaling. Beyond the Mountains of Madness has lots of stuff in it, lots of detail about 1930s Antarctic exploration. And that sounds like it should be quite dull, but actually that's part of the adventure, is coping with the environment. And I loved that. There's a really good, one of my favourite moments in any RPG adventure is fairly near the beginning. The expedition ships arrive in Antarctica. They haven't reached land yet. So they're threading their way through the pack ice. And a wrecked ship, or a lone ship, is spotted stuck in the ice. So the player characters, being player characters, go off in a rowing boat to explore and examine this ship. And being Call of Cthulhu players, they're clearly expecting that there's some mythos horror, and this is how we're going to get introduced into the adventure, etc. And it turns out that the reason that the ship is there is it got stuck in the ice, and the people have died, essentially frozen to death with nothing to eat, stuck in the ice. And you find that one of the lifeboats is missing, and you actually find it not that far away, and there's like the captain and 2 other people in the lifeboat, and they've frozen to death. And at that point, the players start to realise, okay, this is an adventure where the cold can kill us. And that's a shivers down the spine moment. I loved that. It's a really good campaign. It's not in print at the moment. I keep nagging Chaosium to re-release it, like they've done with Master of Nyarlathotep.
Yeah,
A huge box set with all the props and so on.
I'm getting flashbacks to a book I loved as a child, Island at the Top of the World.
Okay.
And it's some dudes trying to trek their way through the Arctic, searching for somebody, and it's actually really absorbing, and I can imagine it within an RPG setting. Whenever, as part of that play, you actually have to get up to speed with how you tackle an Arctic expedition. You know, it's
being outside can kill you.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not just the mythos horrors that can kill you; it's being outside, and it's despite the fact you've got this vast expanse of wilderness. It's really claustrophobic because you can't go outside safely for most of the time.
Yeah. Oh my word! Oh,
Very
my
cool.
Word. So I'd like to talk about collecting old RPGs. So, is there a market, or what's the market like? What's it like to be a collector of that kind of stuff? And how do you spot the gems?
I'd say that it's. I suppose I get a slightly different angle on this because I'm trying to make money out of this rather than purely collecting now.
Yeah.
Prices have definitely hardened in the last few years. There was a time, probably back when I was a collector, that you could go on eBay and you could find stuff that you were looking for, and it would be a nice, easily affordable price as a collector.
Yeah.
And RPG collecting, particularly of old Dungeons and Dragons stuff, has become more of a thing, and the quantity of old Dungeons and Dragons items has not increased on the market. The quantity of people looking to buy old Dungeons and Dragons items has increased. So simple supply and demand, prices have gone up.
So what are the kind of the really rare items to be looking out for?
Okay, if you've got any old Dungeons and Dragons in your campaign, and by old, I would say anything that was released for original Dungeons and Dragons. The one that came in a little cardboard box, usually a little white cardboard box. Anything released at that stage is worth a bit.
Yeah.
The first 3 print runs of that original Dungeons and Dragons box. We usually call it white box D&D because for the most part came in a white cardboard box. The first 3 print runs didn't actually come in a white box. They came in a really cheap, nasty cardboard box with like a wood grain effect, and we call those wood grain sets. If you've got one of those, you're looking at that's worth several thousand.
Yeah.
We had a third print run copy that we sold to a guy in Norway, I think, actually. And that was in sort of average condition that went for £5,500.
Wow.
Yeah, well, there's not that many of them. And if you're collecting D&D, don't you want as the centerpiece of your collection, you want the original set, and it'll look like that. I've seen first printing ones have gone for in excess of 20,000, and that's probably the top end of the rare market. There's other bits and pieces. Anything for first edition advanced actually still has a decent value. I mean, some of the adventures might be 20 or 30 quid, and the rule books are common, but everybody wants a first edition monster manual.
Yeah.
So we don't have trouble selling first edition monster manuals for 30, 40, 50 quid or so, depending on condition, even though that was a really, really common item. There are rarer things, obviously. The one that I think probably the one that's at the absolute top of my bucket list of obscure D&D stuff that we've never stopped, but I would like to, is an adventure called ST1 Up the Garden Path.
Right.
And there's a bit of a story behind ST1. They always had codes for basic D&D.
Yeah.
And it's a basic D&D module, so it went with the red box set. So if you've got Keep on the Borderlands, that's module B2. B is for basic. If you've got Curse of Xanathon, that's X3. X is for expert. The ST in module ST1 stands for Stoke-on-Trent.
Oh,
Right.
Okay.
The story is that in I think 1980, 1985, it would be something like that, maybe 1986. Stoke-on-Trent hosted the International Garden Festival.
Right.
Okay, which was a festival about gardening.
Uh-huh.
For no apparent reason, TSR UK, TSR being the publishers of D&D at the time, TSR UK's office had a stand there.
Right. Okay.
I don't know why, but they had a stand at the garden festival. And to commemorate this, they essentially published a D&D adventure called Up the Garden Path, which had as its map the car park and festival site.
Uh-huh.
Apparently it wasn't very good as an adventure, and they sold it just at the International Garden Festival.
Right.
Now, as it turns out, there isn't much of an overlap between gardening enthusiasts and D&D players.
I get that.
There wasn't in the mid-80s, so they didn't sell many.
Uh-huh.
They took some of what was left to the Games Day convention about a month later, and didn't sell many there either, and the rest got pulped.
Uh-huh.
So it's really, really rare. But because it's, it looks to all the world like a regular D&D adventure, and it's got an official module code. Essentially, it's a proper official D&D adventure.
Yeah.
So all the collectors want Up the Garden Path. If you've got an Up the Garden Path, it's worth several thousand.
Wow.
And I've never seen one. I'd love to get one. I've seen a PDF, but I've never actually held one in my hands.
Uh-huh.
What really bugs me now, of course, is that my mum and dad went to the International Garden Festival in Stoke-on-Trent, and they wanted me to go with them, and I thought that sounded like the most boring thing ever. So I stayed at home. I probably played D&D, actually.
So, let's talk about tips for people playing or role-playing games. Well, actually, first one, I've got a question for you. How is there any tips on people to seek out a role-playing game that they'll enjoy? I just want to show something on your website here for a second, because so on your website, down the side here, you have all the major kind of role-playing games, okay? And then you have this little link here called Other Role-Playing Games, right? And whenever you click that, I thought to myself, oh, that'll be interesting. There'll be a few in here. And then it goes.
Babylon 5?
And it goes. And it goes.
About two or three RPGs for Babylon 5.
Oh, man. And there's
Ghostbusters, nice.
And it just keeps going and going.
Slow down, Warren. I want to see what some of these are.
It's Pokathulu.
Pokathulu.
Whoa. That's quite obscure, Pokathulu, and not officially licensed by
There's Sailor Moon in there. What the hell?
It's extraordinary. It's absolutely extraordinary. So, I suppose, like I'm asking for tips, and that's only one page. There's another 28 pages of that. It's just I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
I think a lot of people don't realise just quite how many published RPGs there are now and have been over the years. And there's probably there's vastly more than we do, because a lot of them would be PDF only.
Yeah.
You get through. I don't really want to mention a competitor too much, but you don't. If you go to drivethrurpg.com, there's a lot of different RPGs there. So there's an RPG out there for you, whatever you want to play.
Clearly, there really is. So, like if somebody wants to get into role playing, those first steps, have you any tips for them?
I think Dungeons and Dragons is still a pretty good place to start, to be honest. The only time I would suggest don't start with Dungeons and Dragons if you really don't fancy that whole fantasy thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so say I'm someone that wants to do role-playing in, say, the Walking Dead universe. I'm sure there's probably a role-playing game out there for me to get into something like that.
There's not as many zombie apocalypse RPGs as you might expect, but yeah, what would I suggest? The End of the World. FFG did a series of RPGs called The End of the World. They all use the same system, but they varied according to what caused the end of the world. So there's things like Wrath of the Gods, and one of those is zombie apocalypse, and that's probably a good thing to use.
Yeah. See, I remember those because whenever you're doing your character creation in that, you can actually create yourself and place yourself into the apocalypse, which I always thought was a really cool idea.
Yeah. So whenever you run an RPG, what are your campaigns like? How do you approach it?
If I told you that my last campaign ran for 5 years and I think was what I would call super epic.
Mm-hmm.
My last campaign, and I've run a variety. I've run D&D. I've run a lot of Traveller.
Yeah.
But my last campaign was a Middle Earth campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, it was the second age of Middle Earth in the east. So off to the right of the map that we normally see.
Yes.
And the theme of the campaign was Sauron. Excuse me, Sauron picking those kings of men that he's going to give the 9 rings to, who will become the Nazgul. And I did that without really telling the players what the theme was. They only worked it out right at the very end after 5 years.
Whoa, after 5 years? At actual time or in-game time?
No, 5 years actual time. And my group, because we're sort of spread out around the country, we don't play, once a week for the most part. My campaigns, we run once a year, but we do it for like 9 solid days of role playing.
Wow.
Yes.
Everybody comes down to stay at our house in Cornwall, and that's great fun. That's hardcore role playing.
That is hardcore.
It's the way to do it, though, and I think. So that epic campaign lasted 5 years, and because it's an epic Middle Earth campaign, so there should be big epic battles as well as role playing. So we mixed in some miniatures wargaming too.
Yeah.
In 6 mil scale. Because I'm a strong believer that if you're going to do an epic fantasy battle, don't faff around with 28 mil or anything, or you have like 10 figures on each side.
Yes.
You want an army that looks like an army. So 6 mil scale, rows of soldiers. Did that. I use a lot of miniatures in my role playing as a rule. I'm a bit of a painter.
Yes.
I'm probably, I'd say I'm above average. I wouldn't go any further than above average, but I've got pretty good in terms of painting quickly.
Nice.
I'm a complete convert to Citadel Contrast.
Oh,
I know a lot of people
with you there, buddy. With you there.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
I think we're long lost brothers here, right? Because my favorite scale has changed. I haven't quite got down to 6 mil yet, but I'm a complete 15 mil convert.
Okay.
I think 15 mil is the most wonderful scale, and I love it for
15
RPGs.
mil is for people who are too scared to go to 6.
But contrast has been has unlocked it. I gave up painting. About three odd years ago.
Yeah, you actually made an announcement on a video going, "I have officially retired from painting."
I officially retired from painting about 3 years ago, and then when lockdown hit. Obviously, most of us have all been having to work from home and stuff. So I set up my own my work desk, and I built myself a new LED arch light and stuff. And I thought, I'll have a go at it. And now I'm churning them out like nobody's business. Contrast paints have been wonderful.
Fantastic.
Just one coat. Whop.
And I think a lot of people react negatively to contrast paint because it's easy.
Yeah.
You can actually get pretty good results easily and quickly with, only some skill. And if you're a really, really good painter, you might possibly resent that.
Yeah.
But even if you're a really good painter, you can use it as a tool. You don't just have to go plop, you're in the pot, you're done. You can actually do thin coats with it and use it as like really nice toning and stuff for your different miniatures.
Oh,
if you want to go that far.
I love it. My top tip for anybody that's into contrasts is buy yourself a bunch of empty pots. The empty. I use the empty little squirty pots. Right?
The dropper pot.
Dropper pots.
Okay.
I bought a bunch of them, and every time you buy contrast paints, make sure you pick up a bottle of the contrast medium. And then what I do is I mix my own contrast paints. I label them up, and I put a good chunk of medium in them because I find the contrast paints to be a little pigment heavy. I like like my colors. I think by toning the colors down, by adding the medium, I can get my results. Just in one shot. So I've been gradually just building up loads of different my own custom colors, just from mixes and all kind of. Cut with medium so that they're just not so strong, so as I can just slap them on. I don't even need to do any highlighting or anything after that. It just works.
That's interesting. Yeah, okay, I'll try that. Anyway, getting back to the RPG campaign, I'm also a big sucker for props.
Yes.
I love using props. So hand-drawn maps, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Again, I like a bit of fantasy cartography.
Yes.
And I'm not somebody that wants to do it on computer. So if you go down into my living room downstairs at the moment, there's a hand-drawn map of the north of Middle Earth that I drew on Nepalese artisanal paper.
Oh,
so handmade paper, and I drew with pen and ink. And I'm quite proud of. I haven't got it to show you, but I love doing props, and the advantage of having essentially a year between role-playing sessions is essentially I have a year of prep time.
Mm-hmm. And what about
so I've got time to paint the miniatures and draw the maps and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. What about atmospherics? Do you do much with like audio and things like that?
Oh well, I must admit, I watched your session with Sirenscape, and I'm thinking, oh,
yeah,
because I've seen them at Expo in the past, and I think probably because it's a really noisy environment, I hadn't really stopped to pay much attention. There was a perfect opportunity for them to showcase their stuff with you guys, and I'm thinking, I've investigated that, and I played it to my wife, and downloaded the free stuff, and I thought, I quite like this idea. So I think Sirenscape I'm going to subscribe to.
Yeah, nice.
So they've got at least one subscription out of doing UK Virtually Expo.
Nice.
I'll tell you what we did do actually. When we ran Horror on the Orient Express, which is another one of those great long Cthulhu campaigns. There's a chapter of that set in the what's the famous opera house in Milan? I can't think. But there's a chapter set in an opera house in Milan, and it's the first ever performance of Aida, the Egyptian themed opera. So I played that in the background as they were doing that chapter.
Is that the Teatro alla Scala?
La Scala, yeah, that's it. La Scala. Mm-hmm. Did you just Google that, or did you know
did.
it?
I just Googled that.
Well, the chat caught him 1 second.
People have La Scala coming up in the comments as well.
I caught him 1 second early. Thank you, chat.
Yeah. Hello, Katsama71. Yes, you're right, La Scala.
So you had it set in the La Scala, did you?
Yeah.
So you had the music.
The other thing we did for that campaign, one of the players in my group, one of them is a qualified master of wine, which means in the wine world, that's like one of the top 300 wine experts worldwide.
Yes.
Okay. Really clever guy. And his wife is a really, really good cook. Mm-hmm. And she always does all the cooking for us all week, which is great. Hello, Lois. And Tony is the wine expert. So what we did for Horror on the Orient Express, because you travel through Europe, it's the Orient Express. So you start off in London and you get to Constantinople.
Yes.
Or Istanbul, not Constantinople. Is depending on where the players were in their progression, that determined what wine was being drunk by the group and what food Lois was preparing.
Wow. It's one of the wonderful things, though, about RPGs is there's so many things you can bring to the mix to just to really lock in the atmosphere. We have a few questions that have come in via the chat, Mark, if you don't mind me running over a few.
Okay.
You should be able to grab it there on the laptop.
Yeah, so one of the questions that come in is, just as you as a collector, okay, whenever you're collecting, do you like to, are you a completionist in that sense, that you like to collect every edition? I used to be with
Traveller. I was definitely a completionist with Traveller.
Yeah.
And I reckon Traveller probably second only to Dungeons and Dragons in just how much material was produced for it, because they license things out to third-party publishers. So there was a lot for Traveller. And I never got to 100% for the classic version of the game, but I probably got close.
Yeah.
And there's some really obscure small press publishers who probably only had print runs of a couple of hundred. So some of their stuff is really hard to get. But I had some of it, but not all. I doubt there was anybody who got 100%.
Who got all of it.
I thought I was probably the only dedicated Traveller collector in the UK. I knew there were some in America. And then it was one of the hardest days of my life, the point when I decided that the Traveller collection had to go into stock in the shop, as well as all the other stuff that I'd put in stock. But I did that. And, you know, some of the obscure Traveller collectibles are probably of only very, very niche interest, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
But then on Twitter, there came the day when a very good friend of mine called, I'll just call him Timothy, who is the author of the Traveller bibliography. Mm-hmm. The day that he discovered the Shop on the Borderlands, he went and bought a lot of really obscure stuff that I had in my collection that he'd never had in his collection. And he turned out to be probably the other really dedicated Traveller collector in the UK. And he's got all the old, really obscure stuff that I used to have now.
Yeah.
Hello, Timothy.
Given the sheer scale of many RPGs, they can be intimidating. How do you gently introduce a newbie without it being too overwhelming to them?
Okay, I think a lot of RPGs nowadays have good starter sets. Mm-hmm. If you're starting with Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, I don't want to be too grognardy. I quite like old editions of D&D, but I think the 5th edition is perfectly good. Mm-hmm. I like 5th edition. I'm going to start running a 5th edition campaign. The 5th edition D&D starter set is excellent. Yeah, you know, it's got a thin paperback rulebook, rules booklet really, which will get you going and enable you to run your first, you know, few dozen sessions probably. Mm-hmm. You can exist just with that paperback rulebook, and it comes with a mini campaign really called Lost Mines of Phandelver, which I think is worthy of being called a classic adventure. Yeah. You know, in the way that people like me talk about the Keep on the Borderlands or the Temple of Elemental Evil or Tomb of Horrors as classic D&D adventures, I think if we come back and have this chat in 20 years' time, I think we'll look back on Lost Mines of Phandelver as you know, the equivalent. It's a really good introductory campaign. So I think the D&D starter set, it's less than 20 quid, I think. You get a box, you get the rules booklet, you get the adventure, you get a set of dice. It's got everything you want to start off with. Yeah. And then, I don't want to just say D&D. If you want to start with Call of Cthulhu, the Call of Cthulhu starter set is great. So if you want to start with a horror theme, and if you want to do science fiction, I would say the Traveller starter set. The Traveller starter set is great, but it's a little bit overproduced in my view. This is it's produced by Mongoose, who do some great stuff for Traveller. They've currently got the license. British company. Yep. Hello, Matt Sprang. Matt Sprang of Mongoose is a great guy. The Traveller starter set, though, I think it's about 50 quid. So it comes with a lot of stuff and is arguably a bit too much for a starter set. 50 quid is not pocket money. Yeah. If you're going to start with Traveller, I would start with the Traveller Mongoose Traveller 2nd edition core rulebook, and that's a great way to start a science fiction RPG campaign. Cool.
Have you ever encouraged new players to try older editions of an RPG? And if so, how did that go? What was the reaction?
I do sometimes. And I think, probably for selfish reasons, as you know, we're a retailer that sells old editions. Yes. there are some games where I think, you know, have unquestionably got better as they've gone on. If you wanted to start with Call of Cthulhu, I think there's no reason not to start with the current edition of Call of Cthulhu, for example. I think that's fantastic. Dungeons and Dragons, I think there will be some people who prefer the modern editions, but I think actually the older editions of Dungeons and Dragons are worth looking at. And in particular, for me, one thing I don't like about modern editions of D&D is the way that the game has sort of changed in emphasis to trying to optimize the build of your character. Yes. So choosing the right special abilities or feats and proficiencies, and if you mix those together, you get a really good combination. And trying to, you know, optimize a character that, you know, you build a character, roll a character up, and choose which options make you the more powerful character seems to me to be less interesting than just taking what the dice give you, having a much simpler setup, and making more effort into making an interesting role-playing character. Yeah. Well, and older versions of D&D don't have that sort of optimization mechanic, because, you know, a first-level fighter is probably not that different to any other first-level fighter on paper. Yeah. The way you differentiate is in your role playing.
Yes.
Your choices.
There's more of an emphasis
how you depict the character.
Role play and slightly less emphasis on game.
Yeah.
And
I prefer that. So if I talk to somebody and I get the impression that that's what they would like, then I try and steer them, if they're going to start with D&D, maybe in the direction of the old red box basic D&D set, the one that was edited by Frank Menser. I still think that's as good a start for role playing as anything.
Yeah.
5th edition starter set is great. The red box basic set is also great.
We have another question. Considering the rarity of some of the stuff that would pass through your hands, certainly as a shop, but also as a collector, how do you protect it? Do you make a photocopy or a scan of it to try and make sure you keep it pristine, or?
No, it sits on the shelf.
It sits.
It sits on the shelf.
Yeah. And then one last question we have through.
I've got far too much to sort of individually scan items. That would just take decades.
What tips would you give for someone introducing a new system to their group? So I've got some context here. This group has been playing D&D 5th together now for about 3 years.
Okay.
They've decided he's going to run a new route RPG for them when it's out.
Okay.
But it will be his.
I'm seeing a lot of buzz about the route RPG.
It'll be his first time DMing, and the first time anyone in their group has played a system that isn't 5th edition. So, tips for introducing a new system into the group.
Okay. I think there's probably two sections to that. There's the first time DMing.
Yeah.
Everybody has to have a first time, and I wouldn't worry too much about copying your existing DM style or copying Matt Mercer or whoever. Make your own style, and I think a good shortcut, if you can do it, is always going to be NPCs with different accents. If anybody's starting DMing for the first time, if you can make your NPCs memorable somehow by having them have different accents, I think that's a real shortcut to a memorable session. What I wouldn't worry too much about is learning all the rules.
Yeah.
It doesn't break immersion. It doesn't break immersion too much if you have to make up a rule on the spot. And don't be afraid to make up a rule on the spot. So that's a sort of first time DM tips. The other part of that question was that your group's not played anything that wasn't D&D 5th edition before. Okay, I think probably, and going with something like the Root RPG, which is going to be a bit different, they're going to have to get a different flavour. If they've played the Root board game, you've got sort of a start there because they'll be aware of the universe and so on. And if they haven't, then that's probably a good place to start and get them watching, films with anthropomorphized creatures. Watch Watership Down or something, just to get them in the mood. But don't worry too much if the mechanics are different.
Yeah.
But I generally, my own RPGs, I tend to run very, very rules light. And I'm not one of these GMs that likes to have a rule for everything. Which I think is a bit of a fault of later editions of D&D, that there's a bit of a rule for everything. I think, a really important skill for any GM is, can you quickly work out a rough probability and apply it to dice?
Yeah.
So, okay, the player character is wanting to do some task, and you think mentally, I want to give them about a 1 in 4 chance.
Yes.
Okay, well, maybe that's roll 1d4 and roll a 1 or something. But just do something like that. Just quickly in your head work out what the probabilities of them doing that task, and don't think, I'm sure there's probably a rule for this. I think I saw it somewhere. Let me turn to the index. There isn't a very good index. Was it in chapter 3? Don't do that. Just GM from the seat of your pants, and if you think something's got a 1 in 4 chance, give them a 1 in 4 chance. Or maybe it's not roll a 1 on a 1d4, maybe it's roll a 9+ on 2d6, but you get to add or subtract bonuses or penalties, and they can justify that. That's how I run Traveller.
Yeah.
Traveller has got a reputation as being really, really crunchy and rules heavy. And if you turn to some of the rule books have got equations in, which really scares people. But at its heart, Traveller is to do something in Traveller is roll 2d6 and get 8 or more.
Yeah.
Plus or minus whatever bonuses you can argue that to the GM that you deserve.
Yeah,
and that's how I run Traveller, essentially.
Yeah. So if you're trying to say convince someone at a trading station to give you some information, how intimidating are you? How charismatic are you? There's your bonus there.
Yeah,
exactly.
And it's on the fly. I use this similar technique with when I'm role playing with my children. The other thing that I tend to do is I tend to break an action up a little bit. Not too much, not too granular, but I'll break it into a couple of the things that you have to do to make an action happen, and I work out just the rough probabilities of each bit to see how it goes, and let them see it play out rather than it all happening in one miraculous moment. Right.
I'm just looking at the chat stream,
yes.
and I want to answer a question from Sanjuro Takagi about my T-shirt.
Yes.
So I can sort of make that a bit more obvious.
Is this your character?
That's not a player character that I ran in Traveller. That's me.
That is you.
That's me. My stats in Traveller.
Awesome.
I probably was slightly ambitious and optimistic in my intelligence and education scores, which maxed out at F. But I went to a good university, and the only really good skill that I've got is Football Manager 6, which is is the PC game Football Manager, which is what I spend most of my spare time on.
Here's a little side note for you. And
whoever said it was from a Kickstarter, they were absolutely right.
Yeah.
The Traveller 5 Kickstarter, when that was released, which is one of the current editions of Traveller 5, that came out originally back when I was a serious collector and had a good job, and I backed that at a, shall we say, one of the expensive levels.
Yes.
And okay, I got the T-shirt, but I also got, if you've got a copy of Traveller 5, you'll see my name as a rules example a couple of times.
Oh, nice.
Quite cool. Quite close.
Claim to fame.
Also, Sanjuro Takage, Watership Down is absolutely not an Easter film. I just isn't. At least not when small children are present.
Just bring this up. So, folks, remember, look, go and check out the man's shop. It's the Shop on the Borderlands. You can find it. Let me just get the shopontheborderlands.co.uk.
Yeah, it's on screen now.
And do you know what? Go and make yourself a cup of tea before you go there, because you're going to be staying a while by the time you browse around a lot of this.
It's a big side. It's a big side.
It has been an absolute pleasure to spend time with you, man. It's been wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, guys, we are going to take a very quick break. And when we come back, I think we've got Asmodee are coming in to give us a little bit of an update now that we're coming up to the end of the show in the next few hours. We'll be right back. Hi guys, and welcome back. Okay, so we're hooking up with Philip and Amy again from Asmodee. Hey guys, how has the weekend went for you?
Hello.
Yeah, it's been a strange sort of change of pace this weekend. So when I think of UK Games Expo, I think of sort of dashing around the hall, fixing problems, sort of firefighting a bit. But it's been strange to be sat down for so much of it.
How's your step counter this weekend, Phil?
Oh, it's the lowest it's ever been, I think.
Yeah, I can believe that.
To the kitchen and back.
I can tell you, even though myself and Justin haven't been moving, we are just as tired and just as sore.
Yeah, although the funny thing is, I go to UK Games Expo, and through the weekend, I will do maybe 60, 70,000 steps.
Oh, here. Look, the reason we're so sore this weekend is these hard wooden stools.
Now, hang on, Warren. You have zero right to complain right now for one particular reason. You bought them.
I bought them. Major regret. So they weren't bought for this purpose, though.
Yeah, I know.
Not for a 24-hour stream, those, are they? Really?
Okay, so let's do a little bit of a recap. Asmodee, obviously one of the major sponsors of UK Games Expo and Virtually Expo. Do you want to give us a bit of a recap on all the activities and stuff that you had going on over the weekend?
Yeah. So we talked a little bit about this yesterday, so I won't go into as much detail today in case we've got same people watching today. But one of the things that we were most keen to kind of replicate from what we do at a physical show was all about the sort of the interactivity of it. And we didn't want it to just be, here's 50 videos about our games, fill your boots kind of thing. We really wanted to have a way that people could interact with us, interact with our games, and just ask questions. So rather than sort of relying on pre-recorded content, we've got a Discord server for each of the booths that we'd have at the show. And they're sort of populated with demonstrators who are there with copies of the game set up on webcam, ready to sort of to teach people and give them a demo. And it's a live person there. So if you've got a question that we didn't think to cover in a video, then you can ask it there. If you want to see a particular card up close, or you want to if you want to kind of see a game component and see how thick it is or what it's made of, we can hold it up to the camera and really sort of answer your questions, just sort of tailor the experience for people a bit more like we would at the kind of physical event.
Yes, the interactive side is it's massively important to these virtual conventions that we capture because it's it's the connecting people and the live conversations and being able to play and ask questions and stuff. That's the heart of a convention. So it's not easy, virtual conventions. It really isn't. They bring so many different challenges to them. They're a very different animal to try and create. But at its core, certainly a load of the exhibitors have been doing that, and it's absolutely the right thing to do to have that live interaction with folks, so that you can respond in real time to what they're thinking.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that's also, it's part of the magic of UK Games Expo as well. Like I always say this to people who are on the fence about coming or who've never sort of heard of the show, and I always say that it's like no other sort of big show. It feels like you can just walk around the expo hall and you can just start a conversation with anyone, and they kind of get involved and have a chat with you like you've known them for years. Yeah. And it's got such a sort of community atmosphere as well that we just, like, at every sort of stage of our planning for this, like whether it was the kind of sponsorship side or what we were sort of individually doing for each game, like every point we were looking at it, we were saying, okay, well, how can we get people talking about this? How can we get people sort of participating and not even necessarily talking directly to us? We just want people to have that sort of, that kind of location and that sort of that experience that they can talk to people, they can make new friends, or have a place to catch up with old friends as well. So
yeah. Well, I mean, like there's one thing I do want to ask. Every year I see you guys at the show, you always have a giant version of games. Which giant game did we miss out on this year?
Oh, well, we actually had some. So last year we had a giant Ticket to Ride London as part of the launch for Ticket to Ride. And one of the ideas that we never really sort of got to completion, because just as we were sort of at the stage where we were like, I think this is a good idea, we could do this. That was when, unfortunately, the physical show got cancelled.
Yeah.
But one of the ideas that we did have was to maybe sort of do a version of Ticket to Ride that was a special kind of oversized, this is the UK Games Expo Ticket to Ride. So we almost wanted to kind of like recreate the hall, so you could maybe have a route which would take you from the Fantasy Flight stand to the award stage or something, and that might be worth 8 points because they're
That'd
on
be cool.
completely different sides. So we were looking at that as a sort of tentative thing. We were literally just about to kind of sit down and have a chat with Days of Wonder about it, and then unfortunately the show was cancelled. So I was a bit gutted because I really wanted to do that.
I would have loved to have seen that.
Yeah, but you never know. This is always something we can keep on the back burner for next year, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
The idea's there now, so next year.
Yes.
I mean, we've said it now, so we've got to do it, right?
Verbal contract.
So, have you many events and demos and things still running today at this stage that people can hop in on?
Yeah, we do indeed. We're still running the live demonstrations over on Discord across all of our stands. Even on the booth itself, through the Virtual Expo website, we've got all the video content there, some trailers in there. We've also got a lot of print and play content if anybody wants to have a look at that and maybe play some of our games at home.
Yeah. So
this is another really. Sorry, go on, Amy.
What's the web address for the print and play site?
I can actually share the screen right now.
Oh, even better.
Yeah. So this is something that, again, it's one of those brilliant ways that people have come together during this strange year, where a lot of the sort of publishers that we've been working with, and a lot of the people within Asmodee Group they've kind of come together and really sort of put together this completely different way of people playing games. And you can see the selection of languages it's available is truly stunning as well. But this is all free. People can access this at home. It's if you search Asmodee Print and Play on your preferred search engine, then it comes up nice and easily. But we've also got some links embedded throughout our virtual booths as well. And yeah, it's literally you can click through and you can download versions of the game. So again, Ticket to Ride, one of the ideas that did come to fruition was they made a stay home Ticket to Ride map, which is all sort of like, the baby's room, the living room, the fridge, and these are the routes you're sort of connecting.
Yeah.
But it's all downloadable for free. You can print it, cut up the cards, and you've got a ready to play game there. Once you sort of some assembly required with a bit of craft scissors and stuff like that.
Yeah,
there's a whole range of games on there.
Yeah, break out the old cereal boxes and Pritt stick.
Well, this is the thing. It not only is this a game. But UK Games Expo is famed for its family friendliness. This is a family activity.
Oh hell yes!
Just the fun that children would have cutting this stuff out and putting it together, and it's a wonderful thing a resource to have.
Oh, there's a print and play for Citadels.
Yeah.
That's one of our favourites here in the office for when we're out and about.
We're a big fan of Citadels, yeah. So
there's even some stuff on there for the younger audience as well, though. I know in the double pages there are some colouring activities. So if you've kind of got that, you've got some older children that may want to try some of the games, but you've got some of the younger ones that may want to try and join in as well. There really is something for everyone on there. So yeah,
fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
See if I can show you this one, because this is one of my absolute favourites on this print and play. So this is combo colour, and you literally print the sheet off, and the idea is the different symbols are different ways of scoring points, and everyone takes a different colour pen, and on your turn you simply just colour in one of these sort of empty spaces here, and you have to start with something connected to an arrow or connected to another space that you've got that's been coloured in. And then at the end of the game, you total up your score based on what you've all coloured in. But it's such a perfect game for the print and play format. And as we've said, like something that is really family friendly, great way to get sort of kids involved. and super quick as well.
I'm gonna have that printed off before I go home.
All right, let me guess. You're gonna want me to do it on the nice big A3 that we have.
We're going to print that on the nice big A3 printer here, so as I have copies of that whenever I go home.
I got you.
I promised every year for these last few years we would go to UK Games Expo, and I always try to bring my kids back something. And then this year, the little eyes looking up at me. What are you going to bring us back this time, Dad? And I'm just thinking, a tired dad is pretty much all I'm going to bring you back. But now I have something.
You do realise how this is going to end. The sheet's going to be on the coffee table. You're going to be passed out on the sofa. And one of your kids is just going to be, I don't know, poking you up the nostril, going, "Daddy, your turn."
Oh no! This is to buy myself and Andrea some time alone.
Okay.
You set this down with some crayons.
Tell them how it works and off they go.
The only rule, kids, is don't colour in the walls.
At which point, I'm sure at least one or two of yours would.
What a wonderful resource to have, and a perfect time to be showing it off now. Obviously, the Virtual Expo. I say the Virtual Expo is coming to a close. Here's the thing, right? You go to UK Games Expo any year in its physical form.
Yeah.
You will never get round it all.
Not at all.
Okay. This Virtual Expo, you're never going to get round it all. However,
it's online.
All of this stays. All these interviews, all these conversations that we're having, we're clipping them out and putting them up. All the Twitch streams are all still there for a period of time for people to go back and look over. And I'm hoping that the companies will maintain their Discord servers and things like that. Because I know as OnTableTop, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be reaching out to companies left, right, and centre now, and having publishing your Discord servers within our platform as well. Because I think that Discord has been a fabulous way for communities all to start overlapping one another like a big, beautiful Venn diagram. It's been a wonderful weekend, and although we're gearing up to close the live version of it,
all those resources are there.
And what a perfect time for the guys to tell us about the print and play.
Hell yeah.
Because now we can go and get it printed out and
start having a play
and do our thing.
Although I think I'll save my playing till Monday when I've recovered a little bit of energy. Well, this has been a long run.
So
I think
guys,
it's a really good point as well that you make about Expo. Doesn't end when Expo ends, and that's true of the physical show as well. And this is why that sort of community aspect that we've talked about is so important, because you do make friends. You learn about new games or new game communities that you had no idea about. But I know, for example, I think my first Expo years back when I went, I hadn't realised that there was a particular game shop sort of really close by to where I lived that I just never visited. And it was only because I happened onto their booth at the Virtual Expo, at the physical Expo show. And I just sort of got chatting to one of the guys on their booth. And he was like, yeah, we're based just here. And I was like, oh, it's right up the road from me. So I've sort of travelled all the way up to Birmingham to sort of visit a store that's been in the next town over for years that I wasn't aware of. But then off the back of that, I've got a new friendly local game store, and I've got a new sort of community of players that I found as a result of that. So
we're in a similar boat. Today we met who I will now officially term the legendary Mark Poles. From the
Shop on the Borderlands.
The Shop on the Borderlands. And it's this extraordinary online resource of every out-of-print RPG you could ever think of. And he's just a total amazing character. So
we also had something similar with the guys from Cubicle 7, wasn't it? They're just up the road from us. I had no idea.
Yep, Cubicle 7 are a short drive from us, so we will go down and annoy them at some point when the government allows us to do it.
So. Annoying people when it is safe to do so and responsible to do it.
So,
trust me, that's a skill set this man has mastered over years.
Takes a lot of work, but I can do it. So is there anything else that you guys can enlighten us on or want to tell us about, in this closing stages of the event?
I think we've got a couple of upcoming releases and new bits and pieces that we'd love to talk about now, just basically because we couldn't find a way to really sort of promote them based on the type of product in kind of the live demonstration format. So the first one is our fantastic range of GameGenic accessories. Not sure how well you can see that. GameGenic, we were sort of having a brief chat just about this before we started on the call here today, and GameGenic have just been knocking it out of the park with accessories. They're sort of like the premium level and quality of some of these is fantastic.
So what exactly is that you're holding?
Sorry, say again?
What exactly is that you're holding and showing us?
So this one here is one of the Keyforge deck vaults. So it's sort of emblazoned with the Keyforge kind of key symbol on the side. It's got space for three decks.
Nice.
I'm going to try not to pour these all over my keyboard.
Yeah.
I nearly did that one yesterday. These look like they're wobbling around a bit in there. That's because it's built in with sleeved cards in mind. So not only are you going to protect your cards with sleeves, you're going to protect the boxes designed to accommodate for that as well, which is nice. And it's got a little drawer. Which,
I like it.
Stiff because it's a little bit new. Little drawer for you to keep your tokens in as well, because everyone knows tokens are nice and important in Keyforge.
Nice.
And then the next one, which is a little bit larger, so this is going to completely obscure my face. This one here is the Catan Trading Post. So I absolutely love this. This is so nicely put together. It's got a nice magnetic clasp, which completely removes, but then doubles.
As a dice tray.
It's a dice tray.
Oh my
Look at
word.
that.
Colour me impressed. That is some clever design right there.
That is.
And that's just the lid. You're gasping with surprise and awe at just the lid of this particular.
Lovely little bit of
innovation. Full
innovation.
shopping channel now, you know.
Yep.
So then this front section flaps down.
Oh wow.
This is going to be difficult to show off without pouring everything anyway.
So there's all the
But
cards.
basically,
all your
it's for
resources.
resource cards.
Yeah.
And it's double stacked. It's got this lovely little.
Oh come on.
That's engineering to the next level.
This is it. They've engineered it so nicely, and it's got space for all of your resource cards. It's got a little space for the improvements as well. So sort of 6 slots in there for the various stacked cards. And again, they've also got some card sleeves for it as well.
I need it.
I
need it.
Cut to me. I've always wanted to do this. Oh, and the warehouse is telling me that we are selling out fast, and they are selling out fast. Call this number now to reserve yours. We have interest-free credit available.
1-800-SELL-OUT. 1-800-SELL-OUT.
Okay, let's see. Let's go back. Oh, what's that one you're holding?
So the one that I've got for the players. So I've done this. The red pieces. I'm not going to lie, It was extremely satisfying to put these pieces on the tray, and they slot in. There's one for each colour. It fits in the cities, the towns, and the roads. And
beautiful.
Yeah. So also from GameGenic as well.
My inner nerd is just like
so
squeeing right now. I don't care. It's a quality of life product for Catan, because I mean, like, how many times do you come to your Catan box and unless you've bagged everything up, it's everywhere, and you're then putting the pile out, trying to sort it. That just takes it away and makes it such a nicer experience.
They are quality.
Yep. A handy little lid so that you can just put it straight into your Catan box and get it straight out to play the game.
Sold.
So
hard.
Where can folk get these? I want this today. Where do I go?
Well,
it would have been their stand.
Catan Trading Post, and that's not actually out just yet. It's coming soon though. Ask your friendly local game stores that we were mentioning just now. They should be able to order them in for you.
Yeah,
nice.
That'll do.
Very nice.
That'll do.
But I think that these in particular, I just love because they really highlight what GameGenic is always seems to be about, which is sort of they don't just kind of make a product. They look at it and they think, okay, well, how can we make this product as helpful for you playing that game as possible? And that's why they've looked at it and said, well, it could just be a lid, or it's got magnets in it anyway. Let's make it a dice tray. Why not?
Somewhere in that company is a beautiful engineer.
Mm-hmm.
you just know it. An engineer sat down and just beautifully designed that. I'm just like, oh.
I am sold on any quality of life product for any game on the market.
Well, I like that one. I like that one. The moment when it flipped back like that, that's it. Highlight of the weekend there.
Yeah, it's such a clever mechanism as well. You don't even see it's in there. And I was the same way. Someone shows it to you, and you're just like, you had my interest, but now you have my attention.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the best way to put it. You had our interest, then you got our attention.
Absolutely. Anything else, guys, then at this stage?
Yeah, I think speaking of interesting design and kind of and sort of satisfying changes to products, I don't think we can go on without mentioning Seven Wonders Second Edition, really.
Ooh.
So I'm going to let Amy talk about this one because she knows a lot more about it than I do.
I love Seven Wonders. We talked yesterday a little bit about some of the games that we really wanted to bring to the show, but they didn't quite translate over virtual. And Seven Wonders was definitely one of them. It's a great game, though, so if anyone hasn't played it, definitely check it out. And the second edition has just been announced, and if we have the time, I have 7 differences between the new edition and the old one.
Clever.
Absolutely. We're very happy to take a look.
So the first, the most obvious one is they've changed the artwork on the box. The actual picture itself is still the same, but the colours are a lot brighter and it just has like a lot more modern feel about it. And they've actually done that across all their cards as well. They've improved the card layout, made it a lot more clearer. And for those of you who have played Seven Wonders Duel, there's a little symbol in the corner which means that you can get another card for free. They've now put that into the new Seven Wonders edition.
Nice. I'm so glad about that because the amount of times I've missed that in the sort of the normal game, or I forget about it or something like that, and then I'll come to scoring up my wonder at the end, and I'll look at it and think, oh no, I've done it again.
Yeah, the cards are a lot more clearer, and they've put little symbols in the corner as well for anyone that's colourblind, so that you know what colour card you're dealing with as well. That's also been added in. They have revised the rules. The rule book was always quite simple anyway, but because of the kind of so much kind of rules with the different cards and how they interact with each other, they've just streamlined it all. And they have like a 1-page reference. That if you're trying to teach somebody, you've just got that there to hand to show them.
Yeah.
If you're going for science, this is how you get the points. And, just to make that a bit simpler.
Yeah, I think I remember a game I played against you, Warren, where you just went pure science and absolutely rocked it.
Yeah. It was actually my first ever game of it. There was a lot of us playing here, and it just clicked, and I loved it. It just clicked. It was a really, really great game.
Was it actually your first ever game, or was this?
No.
Was this your hustle? What's this game? I've never played before. Can I put some money on it?
Do you know? I wish it was a hustle because I could maybe have said, "Oh, do you want to bet who's buying dinner?" Yeah.
See, I think that's the best and worst thing about working here is because we have so many games that go through our hands. Between myself, Warren, and the rest of the team, we are hardwired to learn new games.
Oh, I don't know. I'm hardwired to enjoy new games. That's it.
This is a fair point as well.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, definitely. Science is the way forward. It's also my favourite strategy as well. So I mentioned artwork on the box and on the cards, but the player boards, they've been made a bit bigger, and the artwork. So you have the side A and the side B that have the different wonder powers.
Yes.
They are still there. However, the artwork now, instead of just A side and B side, it's day side and night side. So if you want to,
cool,
just to give you a bit of a different artwork on each side. So, and they've made the boards a bit bigger as well.
Yeah.
I feel like I merged quite a lot of the points together there, but there were 7 in there.
So there is 7 in there. Your challenge as viewers is to work out where.
Those are the main differences.
Yeah. I think this is the thing with that as a redesign though as well, is that there are like all 7 of those points all sort of tie together so nicely as well, and like it's amazing that the effect that they've had on the actual game is like it's one of those things where you don't notice, like you don't notice how much something sort of needed an improvement or a slight tweak just to make it that much easier until it's done, and then you sort of look at it and you think, oh, this is so simple. Why wasn't it always like this? I think it's a really gorgeous product as well.
It's a beautiful game. It is a beautiful game.
Yeah, and I mean, a game like Seven Wonders, it's already so tight in the version 1 that these things are coming in and polishing it to such a higher standard.
For sure. I think it's another one of those games as well where there's just certain games that we sort of call them our gateway games, where they are fantastic for introducing someone to a mechanic if, they're slightly new to gaming and they're not as exposed to some of the kind of the sort of broader collection that's out there, I guess. And Seven Wonders is always one of those go-tos. If you want to teach someone about a drafting game and teach someone the drafting mechanic and how that sort of works, I don't think you can do better than Seven Wonders. For sure. And it's interesting as well because it's not really a mechanic that is that heavily featured in any of the sort of mainstream games. It's not like worker placement, for example, where people are familiar with that as a concept, even if they don't know what it's called. Or hand management is a really easy thing for people to kind of come over from just playing regular cards or something. They can come over and see that. Whereas drafting, I think. We see it a lot when we demonstrate to people anyway, where you sort of say, okay, so here's your hand of cards, but it's not all your hand of cards. You've got to choose one and give your hand of cards away. And they're just, but these are my cards. So having a game like Seven Wonders is a big help for that. It really is.
Well, even after just a couple of rounds, whenever you start playing Seven Wonders, you begin to get that idea of, okay, so I'm picking for myself, but I'm also kind of picking to say, I don't want Warren to have the library or the next guard tower.
Yep, he does that.
Big time.
Of course I do that.
It's always the military cards, isn't it? It's like who is going to be that first person to put a military card down and start that chain reaction?
Oh yeah.
But I definitely failed.
Every time. I slipped and accidentally went down the military school route again. Oops.
Sorry.
So, but no, I think Seven Wonders. As we say, we're really excited to start working with the second edition and sort of start promoting it to people. But again, we need some proper physical events. So for us to get on board with that again. So we're really looking forward to that next year.
Yeah, trust me. As soon as the second edition of Seven Wonders is out, it's going straight in the shopping basket for me and coming home.
Absolutely. Any other plans afoot, guys?
I think one of the other things that we're sort of looking at now as well is assuming coronavirus does go away and the event scene opens up again. It's really looking at, well, this year we've hardly spent any money on events, so we'd love to do more next year to sort of make up for it. So I think when you're working in the events industry, at times you feel like a hamster in a wheel because you're finished with the UK Games Expo and then you're working on the next thing, and and then it's the run up to Christmas, so you're working on all the events that are in the run up to Christmas, and then once Christmas is out of the way, you're planning all the trade events, and once the trade events are out of the way, you're starting to plan Expo, and you almost feel like you never stop. So I think one of the sort of silver linings almost to this year is that we've been able to sort of take a breather, have a think, and say, okay, well, how could we do our events offering but better? How could we hit the ground running next year and make this as sort of the best year yet kind of thing? And what new improvements could we make? So, whether that's how we build our stands at an event, whether it's which games we choose, whether it's, just how we demonstrate things. Like, I think one of the things that's been so nice is actually having the luxury of some sort of breathing space to think, okay, here's what we're going to do going forward, and it's going to be fantastic. So, really excited to see how it pays off.
I'm going to ask the question because I know in general we're all trying to be positive for events returning, but are you working on contingencies should we face another year without events, physical events?
Yeah, I think, and that's for us in the UK team in particular, that's why Virtual Expo has been so important, because obviously we want to support it because it's Expo, right? But it's also kind of been a proof of concept for what we can do. I think we've already, at multiple points throughout the weekend, me and Amy have sort of been messaging each other and think, oh, if we do this again, let's do it this way round. Or, this would be a better way of implementing that solution or something like that. So I think it's always going to be a case of, you plan for the worst and you hope for the best, don't you?
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
As always with events. So, I think one thing that Virtual Expo has really proven, to me at least, I think one thing that Virtual Expo has really proven is that if there is a way to get people playing games, people will find a way to get people playing games.
Yeah.
And the resilience of the community is just something that's, again, been really encouraging, and it's just made organising all of this so much easier as well, because there's been a real tangible benefit that we can see from it. We can look at it and say, okay, well, yeah, like this was worth sort of having to relearn how we plan an event and having to kind of think about all of these new factors. This was worth it when you start seeing the messages coming in saying, "Oh, this is great, thanks for doing this." And it's nice to sort of see the community engaging with it.
One of the other great things that I think some folks haven't really considered yet is, so all of the folks who are joining up in the Discords and stuff, you know, I hope, and I'm going to encourage everybody to do this, stay in touch after this is done, because whenever you come to Expo next year, hopefully, there's a friend that you made at the Virtually Expo that you can come together with and actually meet IRL and play some games with, because wouldn't that be awesome?
Wouldn't it?
That's the dream there. That's the hope. So, as we say, fingers crossed for 2020.
Absolutely.
2021 even.
21.
Here's it. What day is it?
I'd just like to do a quick shout out following those questions as well, is we are staying optimistic, and as such, we are actually still recruiting demonstrators. So if anyone has had a live demo and think that that's something that they'd like to get involved in, hopefully in a physical event next year, then they should definitely get in touch with us, because we are definitely planning to go back on the events, bigger, better, more events, and so we're going to need more people to help us.
Yeah, you guys always have a massive volunteer crew whenever you do any event, so I'm sure if there are folks out there who want to dive in, what's the best way to get in touch with you guys if they want to do that?
Yeah, so I just want to add as well, it is actually a job. We do pay our staff to work. So,
there we go,
they're not volunteers.
They're not volunteers,
Well, I suppose they volunteer for the job.
Good point.
Our website, so Asmodee UK, just Google that, it will come up, and go to the careers page, and all our adverts are on there, so including all the contact details from me and Phil, so they can get in touch and we will respond to them.
Awesome.
Happy days.
Absolutely awesome.
Happy days. Well, have we covered it?
I think we're there. Yeah, I think I'm ticking off my mental list of all the things we needed to talk about.
My legendary clipboard is. Do you know what?
Okay, I know where this goes. I'm moving away.
It's done.
I'm moving away.
It's done. Actually, I have one more thing. We're going to be having a sit down with the organisers now to have a little bit of a recap. And a discussion about the whole thing, and we'll discuss virtual cons and things like that as well.
Yeah, and just one little thing, Warren. A reminder for everybody out there, if there is any of the interview segments that you have missed from the main stage this weekend, they are now going up onto YouTube to OTT clips.
I can show you this, actually, if you cut to this.
Yep.
If you go to youtube.com/OnTableTop clips, bang! You get the four heads of these weirdos here, and as we speak, there should be more videos and things going up there.
Yep.
So
Brother Lloyd is in the background working away to make sure everything, even the first Asmodee interview we did, where we dove really deep into some of their new games and stuff, is up there, and you can actually do a bit of a catch up.
Yeah, definitely. So if you want to catch up, there's all of it is going to end up on there. Philip, Amy, thank you so much. It's been lovely spending the weekend with you. Right, guys, we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we're going to start the beginning of the end. Hi guys, and welcome back to the beginning
of the end. Actually, wait. I have been waiting to do this all weekend.
Yeah?
I have been waiting to do this all weekend. It's the end of the con as we know it.
Okay, folks, this is it. So we've plugged in to HQ over with the Englishers, right? So it's
hello England, this is Peter for calling.
So we have them weird Englishers on the line now. So
I'm in Evans.
Tony and Richard and Kate. Hello, folks. Welcome back to your own
over there in
show.
Ireland. I see you've got electricity now.
We do, and running water now as well.
Yeah. So the internet router is no longer a potato.
well, folks. So how has it went? Have you had a good weekend?
Well, one of the three of us got an answer.
Yeah,
We're all just staring at the screen.
So it's been a really, really good weekend in an awful lot of ways. I think, firstly, when we decided to postpone the show, we weren't sure what the reaction would be. Obviously, it's a big feature of the gaming calendar, and it's a big social meeting point for everyone, as well as all the wonderful loot and things that you can get at the con. But actually, everyone's super supportive, really, really very positive response. Everyone's saying, yes, it's obviously the sensible thing to do, the smart thing to do, given the outbreak. And then when we went from postponing the show to actually having to cancel it, obviously there was disappointment with people. But again, it was a massively positive response saying, yes, that makes sense, that's cool. And obviously at the time there was chunterings of, can we do it on the line? Do you reckon we could do this? And we had to keep very, very quiet for a while because we also needed the answer to that question. And it turns out that, yes, you can put the UK Games Expo online, and there's enough going on that it does seem to be Virtually Expo. Mm-hmm. We've had very keen attendance and things, haven't we, chaps?
Yeah, I mean,
difficult man, get in there. But
yes, I mean,
she breathes through her ears.
It's a very different type of world, really, to the normal show. The normal show, of course, we've got ticket numbers. We can see the people in the aisles. We know how many exactly we've got. Analysing that in this environment is much more difficult. There's all sorts of different metrics you can look at. How many people hit the site? How many people buy various something or bought but got badges of all varying sorts, and there's different sorts of stats in that. But the numbers, I think, in whichever way you look at it, were high. Which
yeah, I mean, I think when we spec'd it first of all, we were hoping to get 5,000 people perhaps to visit, half of them to log in, and engage and that sort of thing. According to the metrics we've got, at least 15,000 people a day, uniques, have visited. Mm-hmm. At least 5,000 of those have logged in and engaged in that manner.
Yeah.
But as I said to people yesterday, it's so easy to come to the expo, the Virtually Expo, to come onto the site, see something you want to watch, click, bang, and you're out again. You don't actually need to log in. So an awful lot of traffic. So if you had been looking at the delightful Warren and Justin all weekend,
hello.
Why?
Hey.
Yeah. We're just signposts, folks. That's all we are. We're just here to point you in the direction of the stuff you're supposed to look at.
But you don't have to log in to see that content. So we'll register you as a visitor on the website. So awful lot of content. If you wanted to play board game tournaments, you could come in, click through, and you go off to MSOs and log in there, or Board Game Arena, or Tabletopia. So, yeah, depending on how you want to measure a metric, it's like all statistics. I mean, Warren and Justin will know this probably better than us, having internet businesses for a long time, is that the measuring of traffic is more of an art than a science, isn't it?
Yeah, look, I've got a stat for you, so I have. Yes. I believe, now we have to obviously double check it as well, but stream-wise, we've had over 1 million minutes of stream watched. Mm-hmm. So there's one for you. What that means... It's anybody's guess. All I can say is to the viewers out there, thank you very much for tuning in to the two best looking signposts in the world.
Wait, I'm good. Wait, am I finally pretty?
We've unleashed the monster.
You guys are always pretty. It's okay.
We have behaved ourselves all weekend immaculately. High five, Mr. Justin.
No horrible jokes were made this weekend.
We've kept our language has been clean. We've kept it. We've done no horrible jokes.
Well, there was one or two just that were just on the borderline.
We didn't even end up scrapping on air. It's been great. It's been great. It's almost as if the love that we come to expect at a UK Games Expo event came in and filled us with its presence.
I'll tell you one thing I'm really impressed with.
Is Warren coming out?
No.
Easy, chaps.
No. One of the things I'm really impressed with.
Does Justin want to say anything before
please.
Yes. Okay, Justin, take it away.
Something I'm really impressed with is just seeing how many different methods that have been discovered during this weekend to connect gamers.
Yes.
To actually get people together while they're in lockdown and get them playing. And I'm hoping that generates new online communities. Like I said in a previous segment, where people next year at Expo, hopefully in 2021, they'll come together. They've been playing online with that person for maybe a year. And once they get together, they can actually play together in the real world. I'm also really impressed with the learning that folks have had to do. Because let's be honest, whenever you're coming in to do something like this, it is such a different experience to just walking around the expo hall and seeing a game that kind of takes your interest, and there's someone there to go, oh, hey, come on, sit down, have a game, have a bit of fun with this. So honestly, my hat's off to every last one of the exhibitors out there who has been figuring this stuff out and championing their games.
Yeah,
because we had a discussion yesterday, didn't we? Because Richard, of course, has his Medusa stand. He always likes to have a finger in at least one pie, and therefore, has it in three. So I mean, we were discussing this because I went on to his Medusa stand, in a sort of semi-raid, and we were looking at how you put this together. What we found is the interaction on the internet is very different. So you walk past the stand in the physical expo and you might look, you'll see the exhibitor there, you'll catch their eye. We all instinctively know how that communication works. Of course, on the internet, you've got a microphone and you just have to start talking. And lots of us are not good at that.
In fact, the first thing yesterday morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, somebody popped into the server, the Medusa side, and basically said, could they have a demo? I said, yeah, fine, what do you want? We're going to go to London. So we'll get it cranked up, get ready to go. And I said, so you've done several demos like last night? So no, this is the first one. I've been trying to build up the courage all last night to get in and do a demo. So I've decided to have a go. And I said, so you've been on Tabletopia? I said, no, not done it before. So I said, okay, well, let's take you through it, and then we'll do this thing. And we did a demo, and then ended up talking for quite a while online. But the fact is, there is that learning curve, that sort of barrier a little bit. You getting your head around Discord. How does that work? It's one of your favourite software systems ever, isn't it? Discord.
Oh yeah, I do love a bit of Discord. What's that button do? Well, that's come off from me hand. Why is it? Why does it? Hello.
They want to hear me, and so you're getting that
table
working. Which channel are we in? We're in a text channel here and an audio channel over here, and we're all that stuff. So there's all those little barriers. So for exhibitors, it's a heck of a learning curve. And 5 months ago, pretty much none of us had used much in the way of any of this stuff. And I think it's been the exhibitors have done remarkably well to adapt to that. And the visitors who have gone and engaged with that's been great to see as well. There's still time in the show. So if you just get in those servers and get into the...
so when you get that Discord server and you click the thing, say something. Just say, I'd like a demo or type something. And we know it's difficult and it's a bit alien, but people will respond.
That's right. And so, you just say and do something and hang about with. So usually they're monitoring a channel or two, and you've just got to keep. If you don't get a response from one, click on another one. Anyone here? And just say something. So you go, and then they don't be shy, because that's how when Nikki, our merchandise lady, sort of popped in literally in the middle of that demo I'm talking about. She sort of like materialised in the channel in the audio. I thought, hi Nikki, how are you doing here? Can I help you? He said, oh no, it's just having a look around.
Yes,
the shuffled out.
Typical English thing of got slightly embarrassed, and then backed away.
And I'm thinking, look, if it was a real world show and I was sitting
Warren's
at the table...
Warren's got a slight blank look on his face because he's Irish, and he doesn't understand what slightly embarrassed is.
No, I can't. I've
Well, see, over here, we're a little more Americanized.
Well, it's just look. We're sociable folk. We're sociable folk. What can I say? On the topic of sociable folk, it's been interesting. Obviously, myself and Justin have been locked up in this wee studio on our own for an entire weekend.
Yes.
You know, and it hasn't, like, it's not been like an episode of Brokeback Mountain or anything like that. We haven't fell in love or whatever.
The weekend's almost over, Warren. Contain.
But it's been surprising that even though it's been just the two of us here in this wee room, it has felt like UK Games Expo. You know, it's been funny how we have had the vibe of UK Games Expo, and
that's very
pain
much
and
the feedback
soreness
that we're getting as well. So from the volunteers who are manning our channels, both in the office and then all around the country, the ambassadors who are helping people find their way. We've had a lot of lovely feedback from exhibitors as well as visitors to the expo, and all of them are saying the same thing, which is there's still the feel of the expo. There's still that friendliness, there's still that community spirit, and a lot of people are saying thank you, which is wonderful. I mean, it's everyone that makes this together. But yes, they're saying absolutely thank you, because it's very much that need for a social thing when a lot of people are isolated and extremely uncertain at the moment, and we don't know what the future holds. But being able to have that this weekend has been massive. So thank you to everybody who's participated and contributed. That's absolutely wonderful. So
the expo has been. It's been as a result of the reality we find ourselves in. But this can't really be the new normal. Can it be the new normal?
Well, how should we put this? No.
COVID can go do one.
Yes. Look, it's been a huge learning experience. There's been lots of positives and new things we've learned.
Yeah.
However, I remember seeing one of the music promoters do a bit on the BBC where the government asked them to do a pilot concert with the social distancing, etc., etc. They did the concert. They interviewed the people coming out. They had a wonderful time. And then they spoke to the promoter and said, is this the new normal? And he said, absolutely no chance. He said, we didn't make enough money to pay the band. Never mind the staff, the venue, or anything else. And the thing with Virtual Expo, so in a year where UK Games Expo Limited will be posting an enormous loss because we've made no money this year. So our one revenue stream has come in as zero. We'll make a loss on this. So this event will make a loss. So as great it is, you can't continue to do that. So the real question comes back, how do these two, a physical event and a virtual event, fold together? So our feeling is this: we've not yet managed to find a convention, a virtual convention that makes profit and therefore can pay its staff, etc., and grow the industry. That's not happened with other conventions we know. They've run it. That's not happened yet. If virtual is the only choice, then we need to find a way of providing the content and everything it needs and all the costs, etc., that go along with that, and monetizing that. And I'll be straight, we need to find a way, because at the moment, a lot of what's provided, you can just go onto the internet and get in other places. And our psyche for content on the internet, as you know, Warren, more than well, is we expect it all to be free.
Yes. Yeah.
So the idea of paying for stuff on the internet is still very alien. So, for instance, we've had a buy your own virtual ticket. In other words, pay what you think it's worth. So 15,000 visitors a day. The number of people who've donated or paid for a ticket is less than 100 people over the whole weekend.
Yeah.
And so the reality of that, and look, I ain't got a beef with that. We're not saying all you terrible people, because it's the nature of the content. Because sometimes they'll come onto our website, see something, click, and they go somewhere else. And then other subscriptions are being paid for with those content providers. But as the guys in the middle, how do you how do you gateway or pay for these things?
Yeah.
And that's the difficulty. So if there's only virtual, Richard, we look, right, okay, well, what can we do?
What can we do? Only just look at the stats, basically, isn't it? We're talking about those 15,000 or whatever it is a day, or 25,000 maybe, or something over the weekend, I'm not quite sure. If 5,000 of those have actually got to the stage of logging in, so only a fifth of people have said, I'm going to now fill in the little form to log in, which was entirely free and took 30 seconds, but only a fifth of people did that. So that even that barrier is obviously something which reduces your total numbers. Then if you said, and pay as a tenner as well, say, what would that mean? Would people do that? Would they be willing to do that?
Yeah.
And exhibitors, almost all of them have had free stands this weekend, with the exception of about 20 or so new exhibitors and some sponsors. So
as a financial model,
so financially, would people pay for a stand?
Yeah,
only if they feel they're getting enough.
I can tell you, guys, we face this 365 days a year.
Yeah, I know.
This same kind of issue.
Hence the reason we never tried to set up an internet business.
It's a tricky one. It is absolutely a tricky one, and it is a balancing act, and there is a risk here, right? And the risk is, I don't want this to be the new normal. I've had an ambivalence. I have loved doing this weekend, and I have hated doing this weekend at the same time, because part of me wishes we never had to do it this way. But with the outbreak of COVID-19, let's be honest, there is still the possibility that large events may not even be possible next year. So as a community of gamers, we need to start pulling together and getting our heads together to understand that these kinds of events, these kinds of services, they're not free for any of us to put on.
I think understanding the hobby games industry is still lots of very small businesses. Because we tend to think in terms of Asmodee. Asmodee is the exception, not the rule. Yeah. So lots of people with not much money coming together, and people can look at something like UK Games Expo and say, "Oh man, they must be minted." Not the case. We've always run it for the hobby itself because we love that, and it's grown, and that's good. But there is not an inexhaustible supply of money. So this year, Expo has taken on a substantial government loan to get through. So Virtual Expo would either have to transfer in a way where the community could come to us and say, this is what we're willing to pay for this content, or for you to put the content together, even though we know it's hosted elsewhere. And we would pay that.
You may have to do something like a GoFundMe, where we figure out what the cost is for a running of the year, and if you don't hit the target, you don't get it.
Or we have an actual event. And if we have an actual physical event, then that for us is infinitely preferable. And people have said to us, can you have both? The answer again is probably not. Because, for instance, Richard, in order to do a virtual stand, has to have half a dozen staff to staff it. And he doesn't have that and enough staff to do. I mean, if I said to you, Warren, could you do this online streaming, constant, new thing, and we need you at the show? You ain't got enough microphones, have you, mate?
Well,
I mean, like the way we would divide it down normally for a normal expo. So we still do the live streams at an expo, and we bring basically the entire team to expo to do it. And that's the only way we can do it. We bring all hands on deck to make.
Yeah, but wait, we've had all hands on deck. They just haven't been in here. They've been socially distanced. Prepping people before they come onto the show.
The type of content we do for this sort of virtual, and again, we're running three. In order to make the virtual expo work, we're running 3 stages, and so that becomes exponentially difficult. and for lots of traders and stands. So I know, for instance, even Asmodee, I know that they use more staff on Expo weekend than any other event they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they wouldn't have it to run the rest of it as well. They have staff that can drop in and do a live stream with you. And of course, remembering that's an income stream for OnTableTop. Yeah. So these things, we just don't think they particularly work. However, what we do have to learn is what have we done in this Virtual Expo
that's applicable to the
that's
show,
applicable, can be folded in, that brings extra to the show, but not what is a replacement.
Yeah.
And it's what lessons can we learn for that?
So there's lots of bits and pieces that have been coded in the last 10 weeks or 12 weeks or something that we can see can be applicable. Yeah. Awful lot of the bits and pieces, exhibitors being able to list what's happening on their stand as events that can happen on their stand. Perhaps those pages that are virtual stands could be exhibitor, stand sort of information about what's going to happen.
The chat
support software, exactly. The voting systems, the new games. There's all sorts of bits and pieces, and the streams and things certainly that we do in advance of the show. We're talking about it and showing what's coming up. An awful lot of that can be taken across, but how much of it would be adaptable to having both a stand doing everything there in the real world and then trying to stream it all out and do it online simultaneously? That sounds like too much of a challenge. And I suspect that most exhibitors would just say, well, there's only 3 of us, a lot of them.
And you've got to remember also, at the moment, we've got this number of visitors on the Virtual Expo.
Yeah.
If you've got a physical expo, 25 to 30,000 of them will be stood in the hall.
Yeah.
Yes.
Staring at, so your potential online volume and attendance drops dramatically, at which point it becomes less of a value option, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you're saying, well, we're only actually going to get a few thousand who can't physically get to the show, then suddenly providing that content sometimes has to be paid for is difficult.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, sometimes some of the shows have done a sort of almost a synopsis of the day kind of.
And we've done that with you, haven't we, Warren?
Yeah. An online thing once a day or something like that. You can do a certain amount of content potentially, but I think doing it constantly.
I think what we'll see is if when we do the next physical expo, Warren, I don't know what you say, but I think we'll see a change in that content. In other words, what we do and what we stream out, and with the thought that there are, not just people at the show watching this, but around the world, and it will adjust that, but doesn't replace an expo.
Yeah, where the virtuality of this, because obviously we've been studying this very carefully as well over the last number of weeks, and certainly over the course of this weekend, to try and distill down what we can take from this. What is the virtualized options that can be brought forward potentially to boost a physical event. I suppose one of the things that I'm looking at specifically is the global nature of the event. We can, UK Games Expo is UK Games Expo. It takes place in Birmingham, and we have folk that physically attend. What we have an opportunity, I suppose, to do is to take that event further afield in a virtual way. However, it only works if the exhibitors and stuff do have the ability for people not only at the show physically doing their thing, but for folk elsewhere in the world to be able to log in and go into a Discord and get a demo and the likes. And like you guys, I'm not sure how possible that is. It's certainly feasible for the likes of us as OnTableTop to to live stream all weekend, keep people up to date, keep them informed, signpost them all around the place. But we need things to signpost people too.
But we do, I mean, on a practical front, build you a studio, don't we, Warren?
Yeah.
Yep. Every year we get a studio built.
And guys, you've been around the floor, you film on the floor. So one of the thoughts are, well, couldn't exhibitors let live demo off their stands?
Yeah.
And the answer is the acoustics in a live hall are, near on, the most awful you can get.
And on top of that, the fact is, to live stream, you really need a wired connection, don't you, for reliability? And any wired connection at the NEC,
yes, if you've got any children,
Even then, it's the control and then the processing of it afterwards. Because someone's going to turn around and go, "Oh, couldn't you just film it?" But then that footage has to come back, go to a video editor, get rendered out, get all its assets, and get uploaded.
Yeah,
there is so much work to do to actually get decent content.
Oh yeah, well. I think I was speaking to our UX designer this afternoon. Phoned me in and said, "How's it gone?" Who did all the user experience for our website? And he said, and you'll be happy with this. The main stage, what quality production it was. Yeah, and it's making that look seamless. Is the half a dozen staff I know you've got running around in the background who we've been talking to, and poor Lloyd who we've bugged to death. I'm sure he's got a picture of me with these stabbing on a regular basis.
Just dartboard on the door.
Tony, it's okay, man. It's only up there on the wall with the pictures of the rest of us.
Now, there's one other aspect to all this that a virtual expo is always going to miss out on. And it's one of my favourite parts of going to any show, and it's something that every gamer loves to do.
Beer?
Aside from beer.
Aside from beer. Oh,
one of the most important things about
Jeff
the
Dobbs.
UK Games Expo, the games themselves. After I've went and I've had a fantastic experience with, say, Asmodee doing a great demo of, say, Ticket to Ride.
Yes.
I come away going, my God, that's a great game. I want it. I've got it. I'm taking it home.
Yeah, it's
translating that amazing experience you've had into physically owning something.
So
the
Justin's not into delayed gratification.
He's
then.
not. No.
The immediacy of instantly having the thing that just made you happy in your hands and going, this is now mine.
You've no patience, you young folk at all, do you?
It's a very different experience to going to a web store and having to wait maybe 2-3 days for it. And then all that buzz and that good feeling that you've had, it's worn off.
A whole 48
and you feel a little
hours.
worse about maybe buying it.
Awful. It's back in the days before the internet, Justin. We had to do without. There was things in the world that we just didn't know about.
The donkey only came through town twice a month.
But
no, I'm thinking mail order, when you had to go through a mail order thing, and it might come from somewhere really far.
This is going a bit of Waldorf, isn't it?
It is. Do you know what? We had
Yorkshireman sketch.
We had a thing called the club book. And it was the club book was the most prized possession in our household, because you went through the club book to pick your toys.
I understand the concept.
The Argos catalogue.
Yeah, they've actually stopped making it now, and the country's enraged.
So look, I think we all have a big debrief. I suppose after all of this, it's the difficulty that we all face is the uncertainty, Tony, that lies in front of us. It's if we knew with certainty that the physical event was going to be possible, like we know it's possible that we can put it on. We just don't know if it's possible if we're going to be allowed to put it on. If we knew with absolute certainty that we were. Happy days. We'd be
I think this whole virtual thing, and one of the things I want to be careful of is during this is that we haven't come on and go, I hate this, it's rubbish.
Yeah.
Because it's not. It has been a massively positive experience. From the fact that, that first few minutes when everybody piled in and ate our servers for breakfast and everything collapsed, and you're trying to go, come and look at the website. Click, that don't work. Okay.
Yeah. How many extra hamsters did you have to buy?
And then Warren starts tap dancing and goes, Lloyd's in the background going, what's happening? Shut up. To the point where we got the servers working, we've got over that glitch. So we've learnt that now. Yes. We know. And that's about knowing how much traffic you're going to get and trying to guess. Now we know.
Yeah.
So and now we know, if I get this much traffic, this server will deal with it. Yeah. And so what we did is we got a server that did that, and then we multiplied it by 4.
Yeah.
To go, right, now we're sorted.
So the point is, with the real world show, we've had 14 years to track attendance and things, haven't we?
Yeah, we know how a physical queue works.
Yeah,
we know, there's also, so we know how to run a physical show. We're not an internet company.
No.
So learning those, but I think with all of that, if we knew we could run a show, you'd be looking at this and go, right, what can we carry through? What's the thing? What's the thing?
Yeah.
I think partly what you're hearing from Iron Richard, we've got 5 of us employed here, and I think there will always be a UK Games Expo. The question is whether we'll own it.
Yeah.
that will be the key. We may not own it and run it.
Yeah.
Because, we may not get that far.
Yeah.
But if we don't run it, the UK gaming community is, without a shadow of a doubt, and Peter Atkinson says the same thing, are some of the best gamers and people you will ever meet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we absolutely know. It's been an absolute privilege doing 14 years of running a show and watching it grow. And we are, to some extent, now looking and going, okay, can we keep this going? Can we get it over the line?
Yeah.
Can we, if we can't run next year, can we keep going to run the following year?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I suppose in what you're hearing in what we're saying is that hesitancy, that doubt, that worry.
It's the uncertainty, Tony. And
but what we want to say to the sponsors have been fantastic. About the sponsors, guys, I would literally be sat in my pants.
Yep.
Yeah, they've made this possible.
And both sponsors, the sponsors that have come on board to sponsor the Virtually Expo,
yes,
and our sponsors of the Real World show, which are all rolled over to next year's Real World show. Soon we've got one, and the same is true with the exhibitors, isn't it?
Yeah, the exhibitors have been fantastic.
Many of which basically rolled over there.
Even Lawrence from Wotan.
He's not bad.
Yeah.
Most of which rolled through their funds into next year, which basically means that we're in the position to go next year if we're allowed to.
If we get the green light.
That is definitely a real massive help, and also the visitors. I mean, they quite a few of them left their money in the tickets and things.
People left tickets in, rolled over, and again have just been very supportive, very positive when we made those decisions. Very few grumbles and a lot of good wishes.
Yeah.
And
well, I do think
matters.
that the whole of the UK owes all of the sponsors a massive thank you, because I don't think any of us could have handled watching you sitting there in your pants.
Yeah, that would require much mind bleach.
TonyPants.com.
It's also
you may be eating those words.
That's very true.
Because the target is only going to be £6.53.
And a packet of crisps.
Packet of quavers.
Yeah. And it's not just the fact that they've donated all this stuff that means that we can actually run a virtual show. The fact that the exhibitors and the sponsors have gone out of their way to make creative and interesting content.
Yeah.
People who've taken you around their factory and their offices, and you could book a tour. People who have talked to people who are designing and things. So last night was a very late one from our side of things. Millie and Tony up until silly o'clock, but that was because the wonderful chaps at Keyforge who've been so excited to talk to everybody at the show about their stuff as the seminars and things.
RPG.
Which is tremendous. And the whole idea is that all of this content is there, and they put it together without really knowing what the show would look like. And they just
Shop on the Borderland. I mean, I was watching Shop on the Borderland. I missed you, Warren.
Yeah.
But I mean, with Traveller and all the old D&D stuff, and you're like, oh, that's fantastic.
Yes.
So it's just been everybody from the smallest to the largest has just put their shoulder behind it, and we're really thankful of that, and it's really great to see it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So for all of our worries and things going forward, as of tomorrow, we do have 284 days to try and work it out.
Yes. Yes.
We should sack her.
And I'm having the first 10 of those.
When it comes to redundancies, her name's going first.
But guys, 284
last in,
days.
first out, isn't it?
Yeah, last in, first out.
Yeah, okay. So
and another thing we've got to say thank you to Warren and the team.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
You've been fantastic. We've messed you about. We've swapped stuff about. we've said, how about if we bounce it off a satellite in Taiwan and this milk bottle top? And he's gone, yeah, all right. Yeah, and also we want to thank Millie, who's over here. Thank you, Millie. Who's run our toot stage, and her and Warren and Lloyd. I'm not sure they're ever going to talk again. No. But between them, they have stitched everything together, held it together. And Lloyd, who you can't see down in London, who's done the Piazza stage. God bless him. He has, been down there on his own, and has stitched together a whole schedule and all those content providers. But look, guys, you have just done a sterling job, and I've been in IT a while, and I haven't got a clue what's going on here. There's wires everywhere, there's lights, there's bits of camera, there's gaffer tape.
Lots of twiddly knobs on a twiddly knob board. No one knows what that's for.
Yeah, that's what for.
Might launch something. We're not touching it.
Beep and a light bulb. So look, we want to thank you for that, and we just hope. And if you've had a good time over this weekend, message us and tell us. Message and tell your exhibit. Whichever your favourite stand or content. If you've gone and seen John Robinson in the dark room, we'll put a number up later for psychiatric help that you can contact, because you'll be needing that. But just contact these people, subscribe to them.
There is a ton that collectively we can learn from this. So 284 days and counting, and I think that the meetings will be starting again shortly for us to probably do a dual track. Tony, best case scenario.
No.
Worst case scenario.
All right, that's what it's for.
And see what we can.
And I also like a third track, which is like the moonshot scenario. Just to watch Justin's face.
The real one or the faked one? How are we doing this?
Oh, let's not get into fake. I'd have to smash stuff if people start talking about faked moonshots.
Well,
so yes, next year we're aiming for Friday the 4th to Sunday the 6th of June. That's our date. So let's see what happens before then, I think.
And just on a last little note, I am kind of jealous of Warren because he's the only member of the team that's going home with a game.
Oh, yes, I am going home with a game.
How do you manage that? What to the delayed gratification?
Yeah, so UK Games Expo, for me, is I love the family atmosphere of UK Games Expo. So if there is a physical event next year, my children are all now old enough that I can finally, hopefully, maybe bring the whole clan along. Do like an Irish invasion.
Awesome.
Apparently, according to Lloyd, now that there'll be more than 3 of us, that counts as a crusade, Tony. So
that's what I was thinking. So if you're bringing your whole family,
I will be bringing all my
children
and my wife.
That's going to be an awful lot of people.
No.
The Johnson clan is massing on the heights. Run!
So, every year that we've been doing UK Games Expo with you guys, my kids look at me for what I've brought home for them, and every year I try to bring them home a new game or something like that to play. And then this year, the little eyes were looking up to me, Daddy, what are you going to bring us? And I was thinking, nothing. My 2 arms are going to be the one length. You're just going to get a tired, grumpy dad coming home. But that's not entirely true, because Asmodee put up a print and play thing, right?
Yeah.
And I was able to print out a little game that I'm able to take home to my children and hand them some crayons so that me and their mummy can go and have some quality time over a beer or a cup of tea or something, and let them keep occupied. So,
you don't need any more quality time, mate.
4 children's worth of quality time, eh?
You go and get some quality time, and then next year it'll be no bringing the family because the little one's too young.
Yeah, it'd be too young.
So, I believe this is close to what the young people call an overshare.
That's enough time to make the 5th Johnson.
So I want to say a massive thank you to the team at Asmodee. The print and play has been a wonderful idea, and I really am pleased that I'm able to actually go home with something and give them to the children and say, look, let's play some games.
Because that's what it's all about. Money on you.
Anything else you want to add?
Can you give them that BB-8 behind you?
No way, man. That's
Can you give it to us?
I'm going to say this to everybody. No. If you ever come here and touch this set, Lloyd will find you. He will hunt you down. And it will not end well.
He has a special
Lloyd's
set of skills.
beautiful.
He has a very specific set of skills.
Yes.
No armor and frighten the Lloyds.
He's actually going to hunt you down because I've just noticed you didn't turn the lights on in the set today. So...
Okay, so I done gift, so I plugged in the wrong thing. I can fix this.
Now you're going to do it at the point that we finish for the weekend. Brilliant. Brilliant.
So is this
Good job, guys.
for you now?
We're back. Sorry.
We should cut to the awards, shouldn't we, chaps?
Okay, I turned the lights on. There must have been a power surge and a small gremlin chewing on the line.
Goodness me.
It almost went flawlessly.
Well, yeah, this is us getting ready now to sign off, Tony, because I think next thing is you guys are going to be doing the awards.
We are.
And obviously anybody that knows OTT knows that they can see us every day and every week over it on Tabletop. But in terms of this capacity, 284 days.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll be back with a vengeance.
That's awesome.
Look at you.
Good job.
Why are all these
folks,
kids in my office?
I would just like to say a massive thank you, not only on behalf of us here at OnTableTop, but do you know what? I think I can speak on behalf of the gaming public as well, Tony, and just say a massive thank you to all of you guys over there who kept the faith, who persevered, and have pivoted, in a time when we needed you to pivot. We needed the Gen Cons, the UK Games Expos to raise their game and to keep us all connected. Just for the health of our community, we needed you to do it. And you did it. And you did a sterling job, guys. And thank you so much from the bottom of all of our hearts to give us a weekend where we were able to reconnect with one another and get some gaming in. So, yeah, well done, guys. Well done.
Thanks very much.
Yes.
It's a pleasure.
Right. We're signing off now, dude.
Yep. So the next up on the stream is, fingers crossed, hopefully, so long as the gremlin leaves me alone, is going to be the UK Games Expo Awards.
Yeah. All right, guys. Look, thank you very much for being with us during this Virtually Expo. It has been virtually awesome, and we have enjoyed every moment of it. I am going to go and take my game to my kids and meet my wife and try to remember what she looks like. So we will see you.
I know. I've been
soon.
webcamming with her over the weekend.
Okay, family show, chaps. Come on.
There we go. See you later, guys. And
Cheers,
thanks for
thanks,
watching.
Warren.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome back to the UK Games Expo Awards.
Hey!
Here we go.
Okay, so look, welcome to the UK Games Expo Awards. I hope there are a lot of excited exhibitors waiting in the wings to hear whether they've won something or are just going to be ritually humiliated on the internet. All good stuff. So the way we're going to go through this, we have 16 categories. So Richard will read the nominations for that category, and then we will announce the winner for the Judges Award and the People's Award. Don't they, Richard?
Do. Yes.
Okay, so when you're ready, I think we'll start with the first nomination.
So the first category is for Best Abstract Game. The shortlisted games were Jembatan by Coiled Spring, and Mindware is the publisher, Azul Summer Pavilion, Plan B Games, and Notiluca from Z-Man Games.
And the winner of the
group. So I saw that being played, so I'm very familiar with that. A very interesting looking game.
It's now an award-winning game.
Award-winning
Congratulations to both of you.
Azul, I bought that at Essen. So
yes, I do think I gave you a round thrashing
you
at
did.
it. Yes, there we go.
The one traditional game we get to play at Essen.
Yes. So congratulations to both of you. Best abstract game. Just to remember, judges Jembatan, People's Award, Azul Summer Pavilion.
Right, on to our next children's game. The nominations for best game was Valley of the Vikings from Haber, The Hatching also from Haber, and the Llama card game VR Distribution.
Okay, and the winner of the Judges Award for best children's game is and the award for the People's Choice for best children's game is
one of, I think, 2 Llama games. The shortlist for best family game: Deep Blue, Days of Wonder, Kibble's Scuffle from WizKids, and Star Wars Dark Side Rising from USA Opoly.
okay. So the Judges Award goes to Deep Blue. And we come to the People's Award again for the best family game, and that goes to Deep Blue again. So having said that we've had a split, there's our first double bubble. So I mean, best family game, both people and judges.
Yep, seen the unified decision on that one, and certainly the commented that was a cracking game. They said it was a good category overall, lots of good games. Deep Blue was a great game. They said when they handed them back to us.
Yes, I mean, as we'll say to everybody, any game that's been shortlisted in these categories is well worth your money. But Deep Blue looks like that's a game to have in your family collection. They're a double award 2020.
Okay, on we move on. We are now into best miniature range. So the shortlist for best miniature range, we have Frostgrave Wizards 2 from North Star Military Figures Osprey Games. We have Oathmark Dwarf Heavy Infantry from North Star Military Figures Osprey Games, and the third in the category Dungeons and Dragons Knowles.
And then we come to the People's Award for the same, for best miniature range. On Frosty, it's a double winner. Millie is now lying on the floor having a heart attack there. She has been so nervous about these videos, but they are beautiful, and that's a beautiful range of miniatures as well. I do remember cracking over the box and trying to put them in my pockets.
Indeed.
Okay, so the next category.
Right, the next one is Mess Miniatures Rules. So our shortlist for that is Last Days Zombie Apocalypse Seasons, Osprey Games. We have Frostgrave Perilous Dark, Osprey Games. And full sweep for the shortlist, Ragnarok Heavy Metal Combat in Viking Age, Osprey Games.
Now, I don't know about you, Richard. I don't know, but I think my money's on Osprey Games for this one.
There's a good shoe-in on this one.
There
were quite a few entries, so it wasn't...
It wasn't just Osprey Games, but I think we found, especially the last few years, haven't we, that Osprey in this area of miniature ranges and rules have started to really accelerate and up the game across the board.
Yes,
so let's see which of the Osprey ranges was a winner, which rules. For the judges, Perilous Dark. And for the peoples, clearly a great set of rules.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Osprey Games. Well done. Give yourself a pat, if not several pats on the back. And having said that everything's split, the last three, double bubble every time. As you can see, I am an expert in gaming, judging and the like. And I said that even though I actually have the results in front of me. So not only no good at judging stuff, just no good at reading either. So let's move to Best New Accessory.
Best New Accessory. We have a short list. The Dungeon Book of Battle Mats, Loki Battle Mats. We have the Eternal Journal, Thin King Publications, and the FS March insert for Marvel Champions, Folded Space.
And the judges' winner is... Thin King Publication, Eternal Journal. I noticed both of us having trouble saying Thin King Publications. It's almost a tongue twister, but that is a fantastic thing. I've seen that. It's a beautiful piece of kit, and congratulations to Thin King. I think that would be their first award winner for us. And the People's Award, Dungeon Battle Mats.
Third, I think this is potentially 3 in a row for them.
I think must be about the third in a row.
So they've done well.
Yeah, so that's a fantastic win for them. Dungeon. I mean, I think you're right. That is the third set of battle mats that we've seen win. Super popular. One of those great accessories you can get in. And again, they're the Eternal Journal, which will be going in my pocket. Yes.
You might find it in my games room at the moment because
it's in your games room already, is it?
Well, social distancing ended up there during lockdown. And
oh, it did. Is that the excuse now?
So, but again, I wasn't a judge. So
both great winners.
Okay, here we go. So the next category is Best New Board Game American Style. The shortlist is Tiny Epic Tactics, Gambling Games. I'm not good at the pronunciation on that one. Gambling Games, apologies. And we have Empires of the North from Portal Games, and Flotilla from WizKids.
Okay, and the judges' winner is Flotilla. That looks really great. Is that in your bedroom as well?
I think it's actually in the warehouse at the moment, but I think that we need to get that out of the library and have a go with that. In fact, any of these games, because again, I was the chief judge, not didn't vote in it, but I was the chief judge in this category, so I saw all of those being played. So
congratulations to well done, a regular at the show. Congratulations. But let's see what the people's choice is. Is it the same? And no, we have a split vote. Empires of the North. And that's in from Portal Games.
From Portal Games, indeed.
Congratulations to both of those. I quite like it. In fact, I'm not sure whether I like it more when there's a split or more when there's two. The double bubble, I sort of feel comfortable with. This is obviously the winner. And when there's split, you don't know whether the people or the judges, publishers are sat home going, "You what?" but they are great games. Well done, congratulations, plenty of clapping, and we. This next category was split by 7 votes. So
best new board game Euro style,
and the results out.
Tiefenthal, okay, by Coil Spring and Smith, sorry, the publishers of that one, and thanks for the pronunciation problems. Kalis 1303, second edition from Space Cowboys, and Tapestry by Stone Mayer Games.
Okay, the winner is in the judges section. Tapestry, it's a beautiful looking game. Yes, well done. Indeed. Stone Mayer Games. In the People's Choice, split by only 7 votes, and the winner is... It's Tapestry by a nose. Oh, what a fantastic! That's a double bubble there. That was a very close run thing. I know in chat now I can't see it, but there we go. What was the second one? Okay, we don't reveal that, but if the publishers ask us, we will tell you. And you may cry into your watermelon or soup or other fruit beverage, whatever it is you're doing. So well done there, Tapestry, double bubble, very close. Judges loved the game, and the people the same. Okay,
next category. We're on to best new board game strategic. We have Ishtar from Yellow. We have Dune from Gale Force 9, and Rats to Riches from Accentuate Games Limited.
Okay, this is going to be good. Judges, winner please. Ishtar. That's from ILO. Of course, quite recent to us through Coiled Spring at the show.
Indeed,
but very welcome publisher. They publish some great stuff, and there they are. UK Games Expo Judges Winner Award. And here we go. Is it going to be the same, or is it going to be a split vote for the people's result? Oh, the worm has turned. It's June. They're in. That's fantastic. Gale Force 9, of course, we've known for years, and they're a great little company, and have really expanded into this sort of thing. I mean, my knowledge of them early on was with tokens and this kind of stuff, but now producing and publishing some great games. Well done. Congratulations to you both. June and Ishtar. That puts us pretty much about halfway through.
Right, so the best new card game general is the next category. We have Point Salad from Alderac Entertainment Group. We have Harry Potter's Hogwarts Battle Defense Against the Dark Arts.
Catchy title.
US Hopperly. And Solar Storm from Dranda Games.
Clean sweep there, clean sweep for Solar Storm. Get it, it's a great little game. It's one of them games you can take on holiday with you because it'll fit in your suitcase. It's a lovely game, but I can tell you that general card category games, there is another Llama game, I believe. There are several others, very good category, some great games. Make sure you look up the short list.
Okay, we're moving on to best new card game strategic. The nominations were Break the Code from Yellow, Marvel Champions the Card Game, Fantasy Flight Games, and Oriflame from Studio H.
So we got some what they call a big hitter here, have we, from Fantasy Flight?
Yes, indeed. I played this for the first time at Gen Con last year. A demo of it.
I do believe Nikki, our merchandise person, has stolen the game. Yes, from the awards when it came back in. Said something about I'd like to look at this. Woof, it went. But That's not the important thing.
And Oriflame and Studio H, first time exhibitors at the expo.
Are they? Well, welcome for that. And let's see.
And Break Code Yellow, of course.
Yellow, yes,
again,
they're starting to pummel us a bit now. Yep. They're getting some content in. Yep. So, best new card game strategic. Judges winner. Did the heavy hitter take it? Oh, congratulations to Oriflame. Look at that. Judges Award, first time exhibitors, first time winners. Congratulations. That is a fantastic win. Now I'm going to nick that. Okay, People's Choice. Is it a clean sweep? Marvel DC.
Marvel.
There is only so much of that juggernaut you can stand in the way of, isn't there? Before that comes in. However, has to be said, really great looking game as well. Yeah. So, both of those well worth the thing. That's the great thing about the awards. The big heavy hitters, we get a lot of publicity. You see them. If it's got a UK Games Expo award winning stamp on it, it's worth buying. Don't worry if you haven't heard of it, you haven't seen an ad for it. Pop it in your basket, take it home. You won't be disappointed. Richard guarantees that. Next category.
Okay. Best new dice game. Okay, our short list is D6 Dungeon from League Board Games, King Domino Duel from Blue Orange, and Razzia from Devere Cosmos Games.
Okay, and the judges' winner is
King Domino.
King Domino Duel.
Interesting little dice game. Again, I saw this being played. A nice little take on the whole King Domino sort of area of games.
Not something I'm familiar with, Richard, but I take your word for it. And now I'm going to be familiar because it's won a judges' award.
Indeed.
Okay, so did King Domino? Did it take the clean sweep, or has somebody snuck in there as the people's winner? D6 Dungeon. There we go. Now again, both of these are games I'm not familiar with. You've seen King Domino. Have you seen D6?
I've seen D6 Dungeon. A sort of a assembler dungeon. It's a 3D game in the real world where you put your dice in and it affects the dice on the other side. The other guy's dungeon gets changed every time you change the dice on your side.
So what we would call plenty of screw over factor.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, well, we do love that in a game. That's much better than cooperative, obviously. If you can inflict a deep pain on the opposition, that is the way to go. Yes, I would have voted for that if I had known. Okay, well done. Congratulations to you both. Best new dice game there, King Domino Duel, D6 Dungeon for the people.
Right, on we go. We're on to party games now. Best party game, Taskmaster, the board game, from Ginger Fox Hash Retail Limited. Then we have Three Things from Mindware again, and Beat That, the Bonkers Challenge of Wacky Challenges. The Bonkers Battle of Happy Challenges.
Are you having a stroke?
Oh, I am doing this. It's a long session. This. I'll go in again. Can we edit this bit?
No, we're live.
Okay. Beat That. The Bonkers Battle of Wacky Challenges. Gutter Games. Or just tell them what we want.
All good games. Yes. One of them obviously got a very large box to fit the title on, and that's great. But let's have the judges' winner. Taskmaster, one of my wife's favourite shows. She does love a bit of Taskmaster, the board game. I assume I'm going to be getting some earache to get that one in. Well done, congratulations. But best party game, and I assume the party is COVID distance and less than 30 people, otherwise it's a £10,000 fine, and they nick your stereo. So, did you win the People's Award? Taskmaster clean sweep. Well worth a look. As I said, any nominated game worth a look. But congratulations to Taskmaster and Ginger Fox there. Are they new to us?
The Ginger Fox, in the last year or so. I think they might have had a little bit of starter stand last year, and then we're going to come in.
Well, congratulations, Ginger Fox. When we have a real show, I can stop by. I have to say, one of my favourite parts of the awards that I have missed this year is when we go and give these results out in person.
You love to see them cry, don't you?
I do like to see them cry, especially Phil from All Rolled Up. She is particularly easy to make cry, and it is like a Sunday tradition.
Right, here we go. We're into the RPGs now.
Oh, I do love an RPG.
So, best role-playing adventure. We have FRP, Rough Nights and Hard Nights from Cubicle 7.
Days, it says here.
Rough Nights and Hard Days from Cubicle 7. Sorry, Dom.
Sorry, Dom. He's had several rough nights and several hard days.
So then we have Chariot of the Gods, Alien RPG from Free League Publishing, and we have Mother's Love from All Rolled Up.
And the judges' winner is exactly like I accidentally pointed out on my sheet. Rough days, nights, and hard days. There we go. For the quick amongst you, you would have spotted I accidentally announced the judges' award winner early, but I did that because it is Cubicle 7, and Dom loves me anyway. Okay, but congratulations, Dom. I know you'll be bouncing up and down like a little bouncy weeble, or just unconscious. So, Peoples, best role-playing adventure. Is it a clean sweep? On the internet, nobody can hear you scream. It's the Alien RPG.
Chariot of the Gods.
That's Free League Publishing.
Yep.
Congratulations, Free League Publishing. Heard a lot about this Alien game. It'll be interesting to see if it brings in best role-playing game. I know it's nominated in there. We'll see where that goes. So congratulations both. Best role-playing expansion.
Okay, best role-playing
expansion. And during COVID, we do love a bit of expansion.
Me too,
I've had a fair bit. I see you have.
I have.
The reason we're not wearing the dinner jackets, of course, is now we look like two polar bears stuffed in a penguin suit.
It's a diet starts next week. Okay, here we go. Simbar, Mother of Darkness, Simbarum RPG, Free League Publishing. Then we have Berlin, The Wicked City, Chaosium Inc. And we've got Eberron Rising from the Last War, Wizards of the Coast.
Okay, again, some big hitters in there. And let's see. Judges Award Best Role Playing Expansion, and the judges winner is Wicked. Berlin, the Wicked City from Chaosium. Of course, we know Chaosium very well. Great company, some great products. Indeed. And well done, and another award winner. So, coming to the People's Choice. Is it a clean sweep? Fetch me my broom. So it is. Berlin, the Wicked City, sweeps both awards in Best Role-Playing Expansion. Congratulations to Chaosium. There we go. If you're in they're American-based, aren't they? They'll be asleep. But when you wake up, you have won 2 awards.
No, we had Chaosium on a panel this morning.
We had Chaosium on a panel. Apparently they're awake. Well done, guys and girls and chaos folk. Yeah. So we come to the last award of the show. Best role-playing game.
Okay, our shortlist is the Alien role-playing game from Free League Publishing, RuneQuest role-playing in Glorantha slipcase set from Chaosium, and Paladin Warriors of Charlemagne from Chaosium.
Yes, I just want to make it absolutely clear I will be stealing all 3 of those from the awards cupboard when we're finished. Though it's no good waving your hands, Kate. Yes, that's it. Got back in your cage.
I think there was dibs on one of them, I think.
So, best role-playing game. Judges Award. Oh, Paladin, Warriors of Charlemagne. I was wondering whether the Alien would have got in there. I don't know why I was wondering, because I got the result for it in front of me. But, it's been a long weekend, I can't remember everything. The brain function shuts down. But well done to Paladin. Now, who was Paladin?
Paladin from Chaosium.
Chaosium again. Oh man, they're scooping up. So the question is, are they going to scoop up the last 4 awards in a row there, or do the people think slightly different on this one? What have we got? Best role-playing game. People's choice is
Alien.
Oh, there we go. Congratulations. Been a lot said about this game. There seems to be a lot of excitement about it. So it'll be interesting to see. Have a read through that when I get a chance. That is the awards. If you would pass to me the awards trophy. Congratulations to all of our winners. I've got a little awards trophy here. Look how lovely that is. That's marvellous. It's even better the other side round because you actually get a plaque.
This is the Judges Award trophies.
So this is the Judges Award trophy. I shall hold it right up to the camera. There we go. All of that.
That's the Ishtar one.
That is the Ishtar one. See, look. And look, it's helpful. If you're not careful, it just falls out. So there you go. It's almost a game in itself. I might suggest a little bit of glue just to hold that in place. But they are beautiful awards made for us by Cogatoo.
Yes.
Who makes all of our awards. He's a great guy up there. John and Michaela. Of course, John isn't Michaela as well. That's his wife. But they're a great couple. Beautiful thing. Go and visit their website. buy a few bits and bobs. They make some great stuff and expansions and accessories for games, and they make all our trophies. Guys, if you've won a trophy, these will be in the post to you, along with your certificate.
People's Choice, so
judges get a trophy. People's Choice get a lovely certificate. We will also send you all the logos, etc., to print on your boxes, and it's well worth doing. I remember one award winner said to us once, we were walking round, and they'd won a couple of years ago, and they said, we got 2 print runs of our game. Some before we won an award, some after. The only difference is we printed the award-winning logo on it, and they say that one sold 60% more. So there you go. People will buy anything with a star on it. So, look, we want to thank everybody. This is really us signing off from the UK Gay Award. The UK Gay Awards. Is this I'm coming out? The UK Games Expo Awards. It's all melting now. There will be 6 volunteers in a room down the hall now wetting themselves. I am going to get so much stick.
And our marketing lady's looking a bit sick as well over there.
Not helped by I accidentally went to Gay Pride this year. I just went to London on a Saturday and it was Gay Pride and I couldn't move for glitter.
Yes,
it was an experience. Anyway, this is the end of the UK Games Expo, Virtually Expo. Probably going to be sued by somebody next week. That's okay. We're skinned. It'll be fine. But look, we have loved every minute of it. We love the awards. We love our exhibitors. We love you for coming to the show. I even love Richard. Look, even Richard. God bless him.
You didn't when I suggested this idea.
No, I didn't when he suggested that idea. But you know what? Every now and then, even Richard has a good idea.
Thanks for that.
So, look, do you want to say some closing comments?
No, just it's been great. All the support we've had, all right from the beginning of these slightly bonkers, crazy 10 weeks since we first announced the idea, right through to now. All the people that have helped, nearly there.
Only 10 weeks ago.
10 weeks ago, believe it or not, 10 weeks from we're going to do this thing, and we've got 10 weeks to do it in until now. So everyone that's jumped on board, and particularly the last fortnight or so, has been where it's been absolutely insane, hasn't it?
Just thank you for jumping on board late. That was great.
Even the person who emailed me yesterday asking for a stand.
Yes, and you said?
I said, well, there it is. Have at it.
It's a great thing about virtual stands. They don't take long to put together.
Anyway, thanks for everyone that's taken place. Thanks for all the supports. We very, very, very much hope that we're going to be face to face come next June in the NEC doing this as we normally do it. That is our plan. That is our hope.
And you've got 20 minutes to go and visit some of those stands.
Yes, indeed.
Click on their websites and get the games flying to your home.
Get in that all. Go and visit them. Say hello to them.
Buy some stuff. Have a great time. We will see you when we can see you. Hopefully June the 4th to the 6th next year at the NEC. If not, well, we'll just see if we can survive, and we will see you when we can see you. But keep safe, keep gaming, and remember, playing together is something or other. Life is better playing together. My marketing lady is going to kick me to death. Life is better playing together. That's what they said at Gay Pride.
Okay, cut.